maybe like a 12-hour, you know,
You had like 12 hours of sleep.
Yeah. yeah, and then wrecked. It's absolutely wrecked.
And so
When does that happen? Yeah, when does that happen?
I've heard never, because even when they're gone, you still worry about them. Like out of the house, you know, after 18, you're still.
No, I still sleep.
Must be the mom thing or something.
I know that as men get older, we no longer sleep the way we used to. We don't produce enough melanin. I think it's melanin, right? Or melatonin.
Noticed
Yeah.
when I uploaded it.
Melanin's something different. That's an HR topic.
Zoom over, So the board.
So
can see
like,
him, and then
if
we
you're
never-
getting 4 to 6 hours of sleep and you're a man over like 70,
And, like,
you're good.
But don't wake me up to sleep.
make-
But I do know that all the women in my life,
You know,
like, enjoy your sleep while you can get it.
There at the same time.
maybe-
Cups are for. That's what they needed.
I mean, we can see him. I just.
Yeah, I was at lodge.
Him,
The-
so.
I'm a Freemason over in Chautauqua, and I'm part of the Freemason Lodge. And so there's a bunch of guys that have been in since like forever. And yeah,
Over, yeah. But
they tell me stand by.
Because
Yeah.
his email address is in the, so he should be able to like,
What do we
to
got?
share the screen, he should be.
Thing.
Yeah, but yeah, but
Yeah.
that's what it was to make you. It was here, and then I was like.
Are they ready? 9:30, gonna call the finance meeting to order. Go to business public comment. Do you have any public comments? Any public comment? And now no one is here from the public. I'd like to move on to discussion and possible motion. Start with number 1, 2026 county budgets, review and discuss department budget requests, revenue expenditures for any county department. Adjustments, reallocations, or other changes as deemed necessary by the finance committee. Schedule the department budget for review. Up first is administrative coordinator. Are you guys ready?
Okay, so starting with 103, this is the CJCC coordinator budget. If you guys remember back in 2023, we received a grant from the Marshfield Clinic. And for a while, we had a CJCC coordinator. This grant is expected to be spent out completely at the end of 2025. It was supposed to be spent out at the end of 2024, but there was just not enough expenditures. The CJCC committee, the coordinating council, had approved that some of the remaining money that in that supply line be utilized by the drug court coordinator, because that was within the spirit of the original grant that we received, which was community betterment through initiatives for, you know, healthier lifestyles and things like that. So we did have that conversation with Angie, who is the drug court coordinator, recovery court coordinator. And she is anticipating that all of that grant money will finally be spent out here at the end of 2025.
Fluffy dollars.
Other questions on this one, guys? Let's go to the next chapter. You already did.
Okay, so then for the admin HR budget, and I also asked the HR manager to be here too. Wages and benefits, obviously that 3% is in ours as it is in everyone's, and then down to the expenditures, keeping legal fee labor negotiation the same at 10,000. We had talked in personnel last week. We anticipated that we would be renegotiating with the deputies at this point in 2025, and we are not yet. So that 10,000, we're kind of questioning a little bit. But we were able to negotiate with the jailers and keep it well under, you know, $5,000. So we think we're gonna be okay, but that's something we could come back to. Under our contracted services, we are asking for an additional $5,000. What hits that line is Carlson Detman. So every time the board approves a new position, the economic development, specialist, what recently have we done? Oh, you regraded my position, things like that. That hits this line, and that's like $375 a pop. So that adds up pretty quickly. All of our background checks hit this line. The county historically, before we had human resources, wasn't doing background checks.
Those increased about like 50%.
Yeah, and the DOJ increased their fees on those. Mhm.
Which is a background check. How much is it?
$7.
$100?
Oh, I suppose we
And
got,
15. Some we do just the regular check, and then like all of our HHS staff do a caregiver background for 15.
what was that?
$15.
What kind of background check was it?
Caregiver background check. So like our social workers need a caregiver one, not just your typical DOJ check. And we do have an increase of those just because of an increase of open positions.
Suppose every time we have a vacancy, and we've had a lot, background check, so.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a lot of money, but it adds up.
Also what hits our contracted services line is, our unemployment provider. So we contract out for unemployment services, so we're billed quarterly for that. Also a new thing that never used to hit this line is life insurance. The personnel committee did approve employer sponsored life insurance, so that hits this line. The NeoGov subscription, which is how HR does all of the hiring with the department heads, hits this line.
And that's a majority of the,
Yeah, that's more than half, I believe, of the cost. And then also grievances. So we had one this year. I believe there may be a second one yet this year. So that is why this line is over 2025 was the cost of the IHO and the court reporter just pushed this line over. So we're trying to be more realistic for 26 and asking for 20,000. Communications. We have the 2 work cell phones and the 2 phone lines. These imprints being the same, office supplies the same. Travel training, we are asking for an additional $2,000. This is something that we could look at because it now looks like we will probably have a finance director. One of the trainings that I attended this year was because we don't have a finance director. Now that we have an offer out, probably get that down.
Well, just because we have a finance director doesn't mean you might not find it advantageous to take some of those trainings out either.
That was the best training I have attended in my professional career. And I really wish I made you guys come with. It was
Is that the bonding training?
at Baird. Mhm. They went over the levy limit worksheet and everything like that. But I'm just saying, if you're talking about, is that a need versus a want? I want to go to those trainings. But if we have a finance director, I don't need to go to those trainings.
I think we also increased that though, because that line never was increased from when this budget was only a 1-person budget versus 2 people too.
Yes, yeah, so this budget used to only be the administrative coordinator, and that line was never upped, with the addition of human resources to the county in 2022.
Notice like the first line says HR administrative coordinator, so that must have been before there was HR.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was just assumed role. Well, can you learn enough at these trainings to save us $2,000? That'd be the question.
Well, doing that levy limit worksheet correctly is huge because there's penalties.
And I usually go to about 3 a year is what I do. There's a national Wisconsin chapter HR, and then one that is twice a year for another HR group that is just HR professionals. And like the one I'm going to next week is about investigations and grievances and impartial hearing officers, and that type of stuff.
You're not looking at increasing what you.
No, but again, both of us are now under that umbrella. No, I'm not looking at increasing from the 3.
Some of these trainings you guys go to, I'm assuming yours are yours based specifically for like municipal type situations?
Yeah, so it's-
that's a total different
It's
world.
all only county or city government.
Is online an option for any of these trainings?
The two I go to are WCA, they're both WCA. I haven't been able to go to the legislative conference since 2023 because we always have a board meeting. But mine are both the WCA ones.
Are the ones I go to are not available online. The 3 I do.
Okay, and then the next line down, 339, the EAP membership fees, we drastically cut that in 2025. Last year, that was one of our big cuts when we had our that directive to make cuts. So that used to be budgeted at $20,000 and now it's only 10, and that literally just covers our subscription. So
The only way you could get that lower, and I'm not at all suggesting we do this, is we do pay per employee. So we do offer that to all of our employees right now, which I do think is very important, because if we wanted to say cut out our part-time employees, that would cut out a majority of like our EMTs and our EMRs who work part-time, and they are ones that probably see more than the average employee that might be utilizing those services. So we do, like I said, we do pay per employee for that. So there'd be a chance to decrease that, but then we'd have to only allow certain employees to be able to receive those services, which I wouldn't recommend. This is an FYI.
Yeah, if somebody's gonna see the most traumatic stuff, it's gonna be your EMTs and your police department.
And then 340 staff training. So one of the things I want to do next year with our department heads and then our mid-level managers and then our frontline staff is implement training. So that's why we're asking for $10,000. I would really like to be able to bring Dustin Thompson back in. He is willing to not have a full contract, but we would have to pay obviously for the day. And we would schedule hopefully 3 days with him and we could accomplish that for $10,000. Again, if you're not comfortable with that, I could look into free options for training. But we are in need of training all throughout our different levels of employees here in the county. We haven't really been able to do that countywide since 2023, and that was ARPA money, I believe, or some kind of special pot of money that paid for that. And then wellness incentives, that we have done a couple wellness events in the last year, both were in 2024, that went over incredibly well. They are expensive though, because generally what we do is put on like a cocoa bar, or we'll put on a meal or something like that. We had 3 different locations last year. We had one on the first floor, one on the 3rd floor, and then Jean came over with her car and we loaded it up with things for the highway shop too. And so each event cost about $2,000 to put on. Because of the feedback we got, we were hoping to do something quarterly. Again, when you're talking wellness first needs. Also with the wellness incentives, the retirement recognition hits that line as well. Along with fitness membership reimbursements.
So do we have any type of, when we switched to WCA this last time for insurance, is there any type of relationship yet with that broker we were using before?
Alara Group, the
Eh,
short, blonde hair, short.
Yeah, he used to give us updates every now and then.
Yep, she's still our broker.
Why don't we get updates from her anymore? She used to come on once a year or something and talk to us about
I
insurance.
think we've got, yeah, we'll do that again. I don't think you've gotten the renewal yet, have you? Yeah.
We wait till after we get the renewal.
But didn't she offer some things through their company or did we have to pay for that stuff?
Well, so yeah, last year, the big wellness day we did, that was offered through Alara Group, but they didn't pay for the snacks and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, we supplemented that wellness day.
Was there some opportunity there to use them more? I mean, we're already paying them, right? Is there an opportunity to use them more somewhere here to supplement and offset some of the other two things? Cause I didn't know, I guess I'm just asking, we still have that. I guess what are our options when it comes to them? If they're already on contract and doing this stuff for us.
So the broker more so would come in for like educational, like seminars. So if we could tell there was a misunderstanding on benefits, they would come in for that sort of stuff. But they're truly just an insurance broker. They don't really offer.
Okay. I just thought one time when we first went into that agreement with them, I thought they listed like a whole bunch of other things they do, but maybe they were all for an additional fee.
Oh, yeah, their
Where
ancillary,
I'm getting that from?
yes.
And then they do send us out educations and trainings for our staff once a month that I forward via email to our staff that they can look at, like information about like HSAs and information about pharmacy costs. But it's all again, like benefit related. And I do forward that to all of our employees monthly as well to review some of those.
I guess when it comes to these two, and no disrespect, but I have a hard time doubling the budget for it when the first 6 months we've only met 5% of it. 6% of it. Of the budget for 2025. So I guess what's the plan to even use I mean, unless something's not showing there, we've only spent, give or take 5% of each one, 6%
Great.
thus
So
far.
going into 25, we all knew that there were significant financial struggles. So we have been holding off on spending money.
Okay.
I'll be honest with you.
Fair
That's,
enough.
It's the best answer I've heard yet.
Yeah.
like we could, if you want us to spend out the rest of the $5,000, we have a ton of plans for how to do that. But I'll be honest with you, we have made a conscious decision to hold off to spend money. Would like to be able to do something during the holiday season for the staff. But again, like if the budget is, if we're showing $1 million deficit, I don't think that's a responsible thing to do.
And to be honest with you, not that I'm not in favor of it by any means. If we spend money like that, and some may view it as, well, county spent my tax money to have a Christmas party for the staff. You know how it's gonna get viewed by quite a few. I like the training part of it. And I'm not sure what to do with the other, I guess.
I think with that training too, and Ashley and I haven't had a lot of time to talk, but I think we all see a need to do more training with our managers too in general. All of our appointed officials a lot of them haven't ever had any structured management training in a variety of topics, whether that's employee relations or we're just noticing some things that are coming up that could benefit from some outside.
Dustin
training.
does specialize in that type of training also.
I don't think so. Dustin would be more safe.
So it's like
Safety.
safety, fire, emergency action plan. And there are some free sources that we're tapping into. So the sheriff does the active shooter and bomb training. Tom Hall or Kaylee could do our CPR, medical response training, things like that. So there are ways we can curb the amount of money we're spending on outside training sources.
And when it comes to like overall general safety, it seemed like, didn't they do stuff with like stairs and like you said, fire and that one time I thought Dustin did something like that. If he does that once a year, any idea what he charges for something like that?
Oh, once a year. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I know if he came 3 times, it was in the thousands of dollars, just because he's giving a whole day. But there is a training rubric, excuse me. So some of the trainings you need once upon hire, and best practice is we refresh every year, but it's only required once. And then each rubric changes for like maintenance, forestry, land and water highway. Like highway has incredibly specialized training and a lot of their stuff is restarting every single year or every 2 years. Whereas the rest of like the general courthouse, most of it is just upon hire.
So could we, being you're gonna have new hires, you hate to have to hire, have someone like, I guess my thought process is Dustin come in and pay him a lot of money to. So could we do something with an online type system so our new hires are required to take, at least then we know within so many days of hiring, if we want to take this.
That's what they do
Where I
now.
work, I do a lot of online stuff. It's constant.
That's what we do.
Very little, I mean, for a company my size, I think one time in 5 years, I've had to go in for like a vehicle on-site training.
And I would say
It's my vehicle.
even if we switch to that, our new hires, we would still want them to do the videos that we have because we'd want to make sure they get that training right away. And we wouldn't want to have Dustin come in every time we hired somebody. So we would still do
So
that.
I will say, full disclosure, you're absolutely right. Last year, we had budgeted for keeping safety simple, and that's one of the things that Ashley and I cut when we were asked to make cuts. And Dustin was wonderful, and he did make a video for us. So that was what she's talking about. Every new hire watches the video, they fill out the quiz, they sign it, it gets filed with HR. So we do have that. More so what I was budgeting for is like Dustin can do lawn mowing, he can do ladder, he can do ATV, UTV, he can do the things that like forestry, maintenance, and land con need that are more specialized. And he had, when we had him in 2023, when he would come in and do those trainings, those 3 departments were generally together getting that training.
Good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just know it's gonna be hard for you guys, but then you're always got new hires. It's just like, how do we do this so that?
That doesn't come out of like the individual departments training lines. That comes out of this.
It can like forestry pays for their own forestry, chainsaw training, highway covers all of their costs. But when the county first implemented Dustin, like I said, that was before me. The other administrator had done that, and a special pot of money was used. And for some reason, it came under this budget, the umbrella of this budget.
For safety trainings?
Yeah. Mhm.
Which I guess, I don't know if that completely makes sense. I guess now that you bring that up, because everything else we do really charge.
That's my suggestion.
Besides like background checks, I guess I don't charge those out per department.
I mean, unless we believe that, I think some employers believe that safety is such an important topic that it should be under the purview of administration and HR to make sure that you're covered.
Yeah.
And so I can see where it'd be there. I don't know why it'd be under wellness incentives though. It should literally be under safety training so that.
That's under staff.
It's under staff training. Yep.
The wellness.
Did I miss a line there?
Yeah.
Okay, it's one line up. Okay.
Yeah, what we have been doing this year, like I said, we have made a conscious decision not to spend money. So what we've been doing is those video trainings, and a lot of the staff response is, I hate watching video training. I don't get anything out of it. I want to touch the chainsaw. I want to be on the UTV. But I mean, it covers the bases.
A lot better.
The-
In-person training is a lot better. I mean, if you're.
Oh, it
for
is.
certain things.
It is for certain.
If you're learning how to do something on the computer, you might be able to do it online, but.
But if you're learning how to ride a UTV and use a chainsaw at the same time, you need a safety class. In person. Or maybe not at the same time, but together.
It sounds like that's already being covered, that type of stuff, right? I mean, ATV and,
Yeah, we have videos that we send. Our forestry guys have to watch them.
but no, it sounds like they're doing some training with, or maybe I misunderstood. Dustin's doing some training with departments together, or we cut that out this past year?
No, that was cut out for this past year, but Dustin left us with the videos. But the response that we get is like, seriously, I'm sitting in my desk watching this. I would rather be on the UTV, or I'd rather be on the mower going through this, but the video covers the base.
Well, and I appreciate you guys, I don't personally, I mean, it's great that, but if we're gonna give you the money and then you can't use it because we have fiscal restraints as the year goes on, no disrespect. I understand totally why you're doing it. I guess my thought is, what's the point of putting 10 there if we're gonna run into this? I mean, by looking at the budget already, we're gonna run into the same thing next year, let's just be honest. So they need to establish some training parameters and maybe so that they can have it off of just maybe personnel needs to, if that's something personnel needs to do and say, okay, we're gonna do this safety training with Dustin and put it back in there. So that way, you know where I'm going, Ashley?
Yeah, I mean, when you guys approved the safety manual, I think you essentially did approve the safety training. And like I said, the videos cover the bases, but
Right.
you guys need to decide if that's how you want your staff trained, is through videos.
I get where you're coming from.
And while I was trying to listen, did I miss the cost difference between the videos and the in-person event? Is that cost difference like $3,000?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, like 3 or 3,600.
$3,600?
It's in person, yes, versus, we had a contract with him one time and then I think mindset, once we had HR, we wouldn't need to have him anymore.
That was Jeremy involved in that one. I wasn't here yet when
I
that,
think that, and no disrespect, I think the mindset was, okay, once HR comes on, and I could be wrong, someone will correct me somewhere if I am. Anyhow, was that if we had HR, maybe they could, tool that to the way it needed to be. Could some online be done? Could we save money? Because I thought at one time, I don't remember what the number was. I thought when we first got into it with him, it was fairly expensive, but it was covering everything.
yeah, it was.
Wasn't it like 20 plus or something, or give or take?
I could definitely work on that if that is the direction for sure. I didn't know that, but that is for sure fine. To
It was
work
just
on
a
more
thought. I
and
don't think it was ever put as a direction
Yeah.
there. I think it was just,
that is something I can definitely work on.
I mean,
Well, and then the other part of this, so Dustin is one part of this, but the other part is that management training we were talking about. So Real Living will come in and do general training. We get 2 free sessions a year. Right now, the ADRC is using one of those sessions, and then the other session we typically utilize at open enrollment time. But the other free option is Wisconsin Counties Association. But in researching, like, how do you really drill down? Like, they give general, right? Because they don't know the dynamics of our work environment. So in order to get someone in here who can really drill down on maybe what's going on in our workplace, you're gonna need to pull someone from like Eau Claire or something like that. They're gonna want background meetings, they're gonna want your org chart, they're gonna want job descriptions, they're gonna want to talk about the culture and the work environment. So that's where that cost comes in if we wanted to do some kind of like manager level training. I mean, there are, like I said, there are wants versus needs and,
well, and yeah, if we
Sometimes there's a line where it could fall on want or need because there's stuff that we may want to
And-
have reason to correct.
There's also, I hate to raise the specter of legal exposure, right? But training and management training is one of those places that should there ever be, and I'm still back on chainsaws, right? Should there ever be an accident, one of the first things that they go through is they say, okay, what is your plan to train the employees? And I feel like, are we comfortable with the video level training for starters? And then for that kind of safety minded legal problem, but then also, are we comfortable that we've been communicating the management plan and the organizational breakdown to the employees in a digestible way? And if we haven't been doing that training, does that lead us to a situation where we have some kind of exposure for a wrongful termination or other lawsuit where they can say, I didn't adequately understand the business, right? I didn't adequately understand my place in the organization. And that's why, this devolved. And so for me, I think you're saying a lot of truth here in that we need the training. I don't know that the other members on the committee are where I'm at with allowing the budget to go through as is.
With the training, I'm for the wellness incentive though. If we end up by eliminating positions or something else because we don't, we can't cut enough, and then we throw a party for $5,000. That's gonna, or spend $5,000 on snacks. I don't know if that's a good deal for some people.
Yeah, I think the training, I mean, 5,000 can save you 50. Let's be honest. When it comes to work comp or whatever else could happen, or whatever, a suit, but I think the training probably needs to be revisited maybe by personnel as to what they want that to be. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's the right recommendation, but I don't think it's for us necessarily to set it in here, so I don't wanna, but I don't have a problem with the training if we can utilize it. But I think we need to establish some parameters so at least Ashley and Ashley can utilize it. Because it's kind of left on their shoulders right now, and I get where they're coming from. They know the county's short of money, so if we don't set up training parameters for people to follow.
Can't
See
spend.
where I'm going?
Yeah, if we don't set up the training, they can't.
They're trying to be fiscally responsible by doing as much online as they can.
Yeah.
Then another example there too, and I know we haven't moved forward in personnel to decide this yet, but I've been looking into the satisfaction surveys that personnel wanted to look into. And I don't know where that's gonna hit, but that's ranging from $5,000 to $15,000 annually to do that. And if you want a company, that will like do the survey, and then there is companies that will also come back after they get the results, they'll come back in and train your managers on some of the results and, kind of coach them of like, hey, this is what we should work on. That is looking closer to that 10 to 15,000 mark. And I don't know if that would be appropriate to go under staff training or not, but just as an FYI too, that could be training after the fact, after surveys are completed, that they come in and kind of help the managers to work through some of the issues we may be seeing on those surveys.
Follow-up might go through training.
Yeah, the follow-up, not necessarily the implementation or the,
Survey would more so be wellness because you're doing it to gauge morale, right?
Getting a pulse on the org.
Right, yeah.
What line does the training come out, or does the survey come out of today?
never done one.
Oh.
Or at least since I've been here, and I don't know if you guys, some of you longstanding board members or employees can speak to if we've ever done one.
The insurance broker did like a.
Theirs is more focused on, again, the benefits, not so much.
The benefits survey, more or less. It
Yeah.
wasn't, I mean, I think there was on that one, wasn't there one issue where they could, their comment spot on that one?
Yeah, and I think they generally asked like, how satisfied are you just in general, but it did not drill down on.
It was focused on benefits, but
Yeah.
I think there was some comments, if I remember right, there was some on pay. I thought,
Yeah, they keep, their benefits would be considered like your compensation, your health benefits, your like ancillary benefits, like our PTO, the survey focus on all of that, but not so much
That one
culture,
I
I would
don't-
say.
was
Well,
a charge for us.
No, because they are.
Could do that one again,
Yeah.
to see how people are happy with their benefits and stuff.
All
What
the
the heck?
benefits.
That one was hard though, because it was split almost 50-50 between I would want a raise and I would want a benefit increase, and that puts you guys in a tough spot.
It was, but I looked at it right away and I'm like, I know what they're, I don't know.
Problem with the benefit survey is if you ask me if I want a raise, I'm gonna say yes every time.
Absolutely.
Where I work just did a satisfaction survey recently, and their questions was, other than a wage increase,
What could we do to,
yeah,
Make
what
it better.
Who
Yeah.
did that? You know what company?
I can't remember the name off the top of my head.
I can tell you, I
If you want
don't,
to get back to them.
Yeah, and
I
it
can
was,
tell you, I don't like the company and
it was anonymous, and I could probably find somebody who knows how much it costs and everything else.
I think my company did it through, I wanna say, if, I might not be saying this correctly, but I thought it was Perceptics.
company mine did, it was called Glint. Perspective sounds better,
I thought it was Perceptics.
like a
And
not.
I don't, my understanding is it's a third party, but.
Yeah, and they're really, with the SAT surveys, I mean, that whole business is, you can get as, you know, almost as cheap as a package you want. You could go full enterprise level
Oh, I'm sure.
deployments, like,
Probably a lot of it has to do with the size of your company. and-
right sizing it for the county might be difficult to find the right company.
Exactly. Well, so in that, well, we don't know what's gonna happen, I guess, with that satisfaction survey, but either. Hmm. So in other words, that's where that probably should come from, is what you guys are thinking, is from the incentives line?
Wellness.
I mean, it could come from contracted services, I guess, but I think it fits in well with wellness because why are you doing this? You know, isn't the motivation to increase?
Agree. Well, if it's
Or do we
5 to
increase?
15, then maybe we're not high enough.
What?
If it's 5 to 15, then maybe we're not high enough, if that's what the survey costs.
Well, I'm almost leaning more towards it. We leave the incentive where it was for this year and maybe add the extra to contracted services. I'm leaning towards maybe it should come out of contracted services. If you're gonna do a survey, I almost guess my thought is it should come out of contracted services.
I'm good with that because coming out of this budget season, because I didn't get a chance really, you know, it's my first year or whatever. I want to see how big the contracted services line is across all departments. And if this, I don't care, the bigger it is, the bigger the savings could be when we go through and look at all those. See what we're really paying for.
And I'm not saying it has to be that way, but I guess my feeling is from where we've done things
But so far,
past, it probably should go there.
I haven't heard anything that isn't standard HR stuff. Stat survey, we want to do quarterly events to make the employees feel appreciated. You know, we want to do the safety trainings. I haven't heard anything that's really outside of the box yet.
So if you, let me ask this, if you did, let's just say, it's not this committee's make that decision, but if you did with Dustin and things like that, where do you think you'd actually be at? And could some of that staff training then also go up to, without spending money, could some more of that go up to contracted services also to help cover satisfaction survey is where I'm going with that.
I would say yes. A full 1,000.
But you figured it's like 5 to 15 for,
That's just what I've been hearing feedback. I sent out an email to like all my HR and that's the range that we've been.
you might want to budget like middle of that, like 10.
And some of those are bigger, you know, like more people they surveyed, so we'd have to also narrow down who we're all surveying.
Yeah, a lot of them were per head, right? Or
Well, if it comes in at 10,000 instead of 5 and we only budget 5, it's not like we're not gonna do a background check. We're still gonna have all.
Yeah. Yeah, some of that,
More to cut.
some of those, like unemployment, we can't control that, you know, some of that stuff we can't control.
Yeah, the only
You went to 75 on the one and 5 on the other line there, that you could move 75 up, you'd be close. You're, I mean, middle of the road, but it's up to you guys if you want to add to that, and make it 10. I don't know.
how's that? If you go 75, you mean if you
If
go
you took 5 from one line here,
Oh.
2,500 from another
and
line,
went 5
and then
on
moves that 7,500 out.
incentives and went-
It's just a thought.
yeah. You do that, 25 and 5.
You're saying line 390 down to 5, line,
16 up to 25.
then we think that would adequately,
340 would be 7,500, and then add the 7,500 up to contract services on 216.
Oh,
No,
7,500 would only be $2,500, so you want to add 7,500 up. Oh, are you?
And
Or 25 from each and put it up in contracted services. I would be willing,
Oh, wellness back to
You're
5.
taking out of both of them.
I was gonna take wellness to 5. Staff
Oh.
training to 7,500.
Oh, I see what you're, okay.
That was my thought. Doesn't mean you guys have to.
I
agree
thought
with
you're
it,
taking
but-
out 2,500 and then 7,500, and I thought, why,
No.
that doesn't math, okay.
And then add the 7,500 up to 216.
and then that way that pulls the confusion away from wellness incentives in the SAT survey. Yeah, I would have thought maybe just 2,500 each, but I guess not knowing how much the SAT survey is gonna cost, it might be a little more conservative to.
She's saying 5 to 15, and by the sounds of it, we don't even know if personnel's gonna put it through, but whatever. It's sense for a little bit putting the cart in front of the horse, but at least it's there, I guess.
We could leave it out and do a budget amendment too. I mean, that'd be. I was trying to save it.
Because we want more budget amendments.
Yeah, I mean, that's what ultimately.
Oh, Gary wants us to
It'll
do.
probably happen anyhow.
He's the smartest guy in the room, like shaking his head.
Okay, so we're 25, 75 and 5.
So who's got the,
But now you got me confused.
27,5,
okay.
75.
27.5, yeah, sorry.
Does that give you what you need to do the quarterly events next year?
I think so. Yeah, we'll make it work.
She come in here knowing we were gonna beat her up over it.
I did. Jim gave me fair warning at the last personnel meeting.
I'm trying to be fair to her, but I'm like,
It's okay.
I don't want to pick on her, but
And I'll say it on record again. I believe that Charmaine Riddle must have the patience of a saint after hearing us work on her garbage on the trash cleanup area. That was hard.
Recycling.
Recycling, it's hard to fight that budget and we probably I shouldn't have gone that hard. So,
Sheriff's had a lot of patience since I started. I feel like there's always been something.
yeah, well, we're over here asking if we can.
With trails in, there was a stove over there.
Yeah. I'm way more easygoing on the budget today.
what other lines do we think we need to address here, Ashley?
If you wanted to go back to the training line, we had talked about, moving that up so HR can go to
Oh, the out of the
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 travel.
travel. 332. Okay. But you got that up where you need it, you feel? To do both or
Yeah.
give us some money back there?
Mm,
I mean, my last one was about 500, so times 3, 5 to 600, so I need about 1,800.
I need about 1,200-ish. So I mean, you could look at trimming that.
35.
If we take it to 3?
If you're right at 3 and then we're get $100 over, I don't know, 35, probably safe.
3250?
Okay, deal.
And I don't go to all 3 if the agendas don't look worthwhile and they're a distance. Like last year, I did not hit all 3 because the agenda and it was 4 hours away.
Yeah.
So there is enough chance that so we are still mindful of what we go, even if we have the budget.
I mean, it can't be. Now is not the time for a colorful anecdote, but I have a colorful anecdote about travel budgets.
And what other line did you have concern with? I mean, you're good at membership fees, that covers that stuff there.
That just covers EAP.
When I was a project controller, I had an executive team that was based in Britain and they went to the Fort Worth plant. And we had one VP that would literally fly from London to Dallas like every 2 weeks. She didn't have to, right? She didn't have to fly, but she, you know, she could have only visited like once a quarter, it would have been fine. But every 2 weeks, she was out there racking up frequent flyer miles and nobody could stop her.
Carbon footprint, right?
Carbon footprint and the budget, like I was constantly under the gun. Why don't you have your executives in line? Why don't they trust the travel budget? Well, I'm sorry. Like, what am I gonna do? Tell the EVP that she can't fly to Fort Worth every 2 weeks? That's not a discussion I can have.
So, 212, second from the top. So with what we spent thus far, with negotiations and stuff, that's pretty much wrapped up for the year, the way it's looking. Well, we really don't know yet. So that could take some out of there yet.
I'm pretty, yes, it could.
It's possible.
What I'm being told. Maybe a little bit. But not much.
So there might be some back and forth between the two or something before the end of the year, possibly. Okay.
And that's up to you guys what you want to budget, because I would say that line is pretty uncontrollable, right? You know, depending on how
Well,
much we
that's
have
my
to reach
concern.
out to legal, or, you know, so that's a,
Is there anything else that comes out of there other than, say, union negotiations, or is there any other legal fees that come out of that line that would?
well, each time I, as HR, reach out to Von Briesen with anything, or if Ashley reaches out to Von Briesen with anything, that is hitting that line too. So it's our labor negotiations and then our employment attorney fees. So usually we always start with Rich as court counsel, which usually, you know, differs that to employment counsel. That's that line as well. And those fluctuate. I mean, we might go a couple months with no bills and then we might have a 1,500 bill from them or some, you know. Depends what we have going on in the county.
And if we have anything with our insurance or whatever, in any type of a situation, does that come out of that line too? Or I know we have that deductible that kicks in at times so we get into certain situations. Where does that come from?
It depends what department. It's accounted for.
Our department?
So whenever we have like a legal claim, that's finance has like an internal processing that they do. So it'll hit the insurance budget, but then the insurance budget is kind of like an in and out type thing. So like, for instance, if we have a claim on a highway damage or something like that, that will end up being accounted for within the highway budget. Same with like the sheriff elevator lightning strike is accounted for within the sheriff budget. It all runs through the finance department, but that's not where it ends up.
Okay. Well, and then employee issues too, do those come out of that same? That those are handled the same way, because I mean, we've had some in the past where. Years since I've been on the board where there's been that deductible. I'm just curious where that deductible comes from. That's the same way,
If it's related to a certain department, yeah, the department
out
will
of that department. Okay,
be charged, yeah.
so we don't need to allow for that. That's where I'm going, anything here.
Sure, advertising expense, is that like just job postings and stuff?
Yeah, I don't do much with that, as we haven't seen much success with that.
I was gonna say,
You know, paying for advertising, but if we did, like we had talked about, maybe that finance structure we were gonna start paying for something, that's where that would come out of. So I, again, try not to use it. That's why you see it so low, because usually we don't see a good success rate with it, but I'd like to leave it there in case we do need to, especially for those higher level positions.
it looks like you spent 326.08 in 2025 and 2024. What type of things have you used it for this year?
I don't know. Can you pull for me what?
I can look it up.
Because I remember you saying that you don't like the paid
I didn't,
advertising.
last year I know it was, a couple departments requested stuff to be in the newspaper, which that's fine, but we again don't see.
So this year, Lighthouse Services.
Oh, so that's where we're charging the lighthouse services. Advertising expense.
Seems like more of a contracted.
I
I apologize if I billed it there, but
guess is that's what it was in 24 as well.
so I guess, but yeah, that would seem more of a contracted services line.
It's not.
Lighthouse Shelters is not, we're not advertising for the shelters.
Lighthouse is our anonymous whistleblowing complaint line.
Okay.
But I don't know.
That's
why
not
it's
advertising.
there. No,
Is
it
it?
should be a contracted service.
It's required, right? It's a required service.
It's not required, but it's, the board did
Required
many
by the
years
board.
before me. I think 18 or 19 maybe is when they implemented that.
I think that started when there was that case where there was singing stuff.
Lots of mental health issues, right?
No, it started with our HHS department and financial fraud. Yeah.
You see, there's a.
Good. Yeah. So,
There's a prepaid. So you do the prepaid.
but it's not advertising.
No.
It's not advertising to me.
Get it out of that budget.
It should be.
So, but for some reason though, all the way back to when they first implemented this, for some reason, it's always been charged to this account. So that's
why I did, because usually I
right. We just go back and I don't know why.
know where a bill goes.
So just leave it where it's at then.
I don't know why.
We can correct it.
Wait,
going
what's the
forward.
what's the yearly cost on it? Lighthouse?
You get
Is
to.
it like $500 or is it
For this year.
$5,000?
No, it's not. No, it's like
No, it's just
under.
that $300 and some, that's the annual for,
I don't think we should waste our time moving it.
um,
I think we just cause problems for $300.
Yeah, I just,
Going forward, we can code it to
I
contract.
would call it
Services.
contracted services, just.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So
Cause I'm thinking, when I look at that, I'm like, you said you're not doing advertising,
Yeah,
there's $300. And so I'm like.
that's why I was like, I don't know what I coded.
And
I
honestly,
did do advertising.
have you
We've done free stuff like, Indeed allows you, so we, it's not that we're not
you said
doing
you,
our jobs, it's that we're not paying for
you
it.
said you haven't used the newspaper though? Have you ever tried using the newspaper for it?
Yes.
And
Ellie used the newspaper quite a lot.
Yeah, and it does not yield results.
I mean,
For what we're looking for, for our jobs, yeah.
I just thought, like, maybe not the finance director, right? Somebody who's looking for that job is gonna be looking and they know what they want, but the lower level jobs, I thought that, somebody might be scrolling, but like, hey, HHS has this and, maybe they're not on Indeed, but they see that and they're like, that's something I might be interested in.
We don't have trouble filling those low level jobs though. Yeah,
it's the,
yeah. Higher level jobs we can't get apps for.
I do see what you're saying though. It's nice to advertise locally if it's feasible.
I don't know how many people are looking in the newspaper though for positions.
Listen, I might be
Read
soon.
every week.
I might voluntarily start looking at the newspaper.
county advertises in the Lee Smith News.
Yeah,
all the
I've told
time.
Nick he needs to stop doing that because he's poaching our people.
Could we?
Well, if it's not working, they're not posting, so then they must think it's working.
Yeah.
Well, it probably is working for them because their wages are higher than us. So even if we did choose to post in the newspaper, we would have our ad next to their ad and which one should I
Right,
choose? Yeah.
And that, it hasn't always been that way, but like,
It is.
they used to post a lot, like for highway, and they were paying less, like, so it was like every week there were ads in there for county.
And that's who we did use to post in the newspaper for,
Yeah.
since I've been here as our highway workers.
And Tom likes to post his EMS positions.
Is
The
the,
budget must be interesting because I had a visit with their vice chair and, they use an outside firm for all of their department heads.
This county does.
Or Sawyer, sorry,
for all their what?
department heads is what I understood.
Yeah, that's not cheap.
And they ended up hiring from internal, so
Yep. They did.
yeah, they.
He did mention that for one of the last positions, so he must have been telling me correctly, but yeah, he claimed that. Cause we just got talking, but anyhow. But I said, what extent do you use that? And he says, all departments.
That was
So I don't know.
Association meeting, right?
Yeah.
He
County's
said,
farm.
it was effective, but
They don't have department heads, they just.
No, they use an
No.
outside firm
No.
to.
Hire
they
them.
use headhunters to get.
Oh.
department heads
They
in.
use a
And he
recruiter.
said it's pretty effective, is what he said.
I mean, they might have been more effective than the recruiters that you got the joy to talk to, right?
We
Well, I
didn't.
think though that's the problem is, I think that's the problem is not the problem, but we couldn't afford
To do what they're doing.
to do, yes, those types of headhunters, yeah. Or the budget that was set was not able to hire.
And maybe we can't afford not to though.
Yeah, that's where we should be. I don't know where we are with the finance director anymore, so.
Well,
Well,
that might be taken care of.
Got my fingers crossed. Um, That would be something though, if you're gonna. That would have to go in a budget here somewhere, I would assume, if you're gonna. You like that service.
I think it would be large enough that it would probably warrant its own account number, yeah, its own line. Your code.
The only thing is
So I think the finance committee, or was it, what committee authorized like up to $10,000 for that headhunter and we couldn't find,
it was this one.
Yeah.
yeah, right? Is that, okay.
Well, and then you had said that
No,
they
it was
were-
up to 25.
that they weren't very effective either, so
For sure it was up. to
maybe
25.
if we pay, maybe they are.
Yeah, the free ones are not effective because
think
they
we're
just
focused-
essentially are just helping you get your job posting out there. So they're not helping you to like call people, cold call and be like, come to Russ County and work.
Well, I think we were focused on like, percentage if they actually got the.
Yeah,
It was our first foray too, right? Like,
yeah, I think we wanted only a 1 year and most of them are a 2 year. Yeah, I'm sure maybe if we need to go through this again, we can reach out to Sawyer County and talk to them more about what they use and if they've had success in that.
I think I got somewhere, I think he gave me the name of the company.
Yeah, it's John Hockhammer, I'm pretty sure.
Is that with what's the?
Yeah, the Public Associates or what have you.
Yeah, and they're way more than 10,000. I did reach out to them.
It depends, some physicians. You'd probably save that much money.
Oh, we've got one major one yet within the county that we haven't gotten lucky enough yet. Really
to
two.
your highway commissioner.
I mean, there's technically two.
Chippewa County and Eau Claire County did fill theirs, so it's good for us, that
Highway commissioner they did? Which one? Yeah.
internal both.
How do we feel about item 1A? Do you feel like we've crossed the Rubicon here? Fjorded the river?
Oh, yeah, if there's nothing more to go over. My only thought was, do we need to, I guess we can always come back and revisit it. This is a tough budget. It's small, but it's tough. Because both of them are in the limelight. And doesn't matter what we put up here, it's gonna be wrong.
I feel like a lot of our items are not, things we
Not-
can choose.
And they're not specific to us, like a lot of that stuff.
Well, it's
Every
unpredictable.
other department.
I mean, certain things are set in stone, but other things are unpredictable.
What's that?
You don't know how many IHO hearings you're gonna have.
Right, yeah, I think that's, I mean,
Kind of like HHS, they can have 5 cases overnight where they're out of county and one of the big ones, and you can't not do it.
right, and like our budget pays for sheriff negotiations. Have to negotiate, right?
All right. Any more questions? All right. Economic development.
We have to do a motion or anything on that one, or we wait till the end?
Yeah, wait till that. Okay, so this is gonna be a big one. A lot of changes got forwarded from tourism and joint management. So starting with 662, this is our economic development budget. First thing I want to point out is you'll notice there is a director's salary requested from the finance committee. Oh, first thing, sorry, I should say, all of these budgets are not levy. They are funded from the mining fund. These are non-levy budgets.
Well, we changed that from director to specialist, did we not?
Yeah, this is just the,
Before I leave really quick, I did get that grade back. It's, you guys will hear it at finance at your normal meeting because finance has to approve the creation. It's a grade 14, so I don't know if that changes your number, but if you guys wanted to, the grade did come back at a 14, which I do think, they always ask you when the grade comes back, like, do you think this is appropriate? And looking at where our other positions that are in 14, I'd say that fits.
That's county funded, won't sit under the tourism committee, right? I mean, they could report to there, but there'd be a different oversight committee, right?
yeah, so according to our ordinances, economic development reports to this committee, finance.
Good.
Yep.
Yeah, just because of if the funding's there and then all of a sudden we got, a committee that's made of somebody that's not really the owner, but I don't think it's a bad.
And recruit ahead still? Is there?
This position has not been approved by the county board yet,
So
so.
that finance is our next step, and then it goes to county board. That's the process for brand new positions, and that would be a brand new one.
Yeah.
Joint Tourism Committee met and we
Approved.
asked for the personnel would consider this. We looked at, Ashley wrote a job description. We sent it on to personnel and, of course, obviously joint tourism would be oversight, but be
We would have to-
we're
Because there's more-
we're the economic development
Yeah.
budget oversight.
We added a couple small things to be under the purview of
I'll add in.
position and then change the title from director to specialist.
No, that's good. And I just wanted to make sure that we're not just, economic development is more than tourism, right? And that's kind of where my head's at.
And this person would be both economic development and tourism.
Right.
Yeah.
Tourism's important.
I don't know much is-
Yeah, we wanna, they're kind of intertwined a little bit, right? Because
Sure.
tourism is businesses too, right? So it's economic development. But it's not just tourism.
It's not the-
Economic development is,
It's not,
it's like the CETA contractor the other day and Ashley worked together. They're working on getting us a grant for businesses, right? That's something more
see the guy emailed like through,
development that,
And he said,
that we should be doing.
yeah, just the
It'd
tourism.
be nice if we
And
were
it's because,
grants to help with this position too, but
yeah, I'd like to know how you guys are solving that problem. Like, that's interesting to
I'm
me
not gonna change it here. but
because it's
guy is-
just interesting, but, right,
Right.
because we see the news, right? Like, we see news about, Menominee and some development going on over there. We see news about, what was it, Dunn County got like a rural development grant that they were able to use or something like that. So I think getting somebody, or getting those kinds of opportunities would be what this person does, right? They would,
Yeah.
so like half their time at least isn't tourism, it's real economic development.
didn't we put something in there about grants too? I think there was something specified about being ability to.
That was part of two, like, starters this year, because we didn't have budget, we didn't have, we hired that C to do the contracting. That's part of in their contracted service agreement.
So, like,
We
build up.
want them doing grants for us.
Right.
Getting the free money is,
well, and that's the easy part. The hardest part and why we haven't gone after those is administering those grants.
Yes, I believe
Like,
that.
we don't have anyone here
Oh.
to administer those grants.
I remember when Andy was here, there was some grant for Main Street, or if you brought a new business to, I think it was actually for the whole county. You could get,
22.
I don't remember,
Main
$5,000 or $10,000 to help start a business. But then I had a couple of people tell me, and I think he was just had too much on his plate, that went and tried to get that grant. Couldn't get it.
well, that's kind of the grant that
This
we
would
looked
help,
at the other day, and the city still does something like that.
Main Street
So-
grant or something.
So we're looking at doing the rest of the county where the city doesn't do it. If somebody comes and applies for the grant with the county, we'll just direct them to the city. And there's been collaboration from the city on this. It's not like we're pushing them to the side. It's,
I don't
we'll
think,
have the whole county covered a little better now.
good.
Okay,
With
so
the grant.
I was able to get the actual, now that we know it's a grade 14, so it actually, that dropped it a little bit for the salary amount.
That's step what?
That's at step one,
Okay.
which is typically what we offer, yep. And then budgeting for a family plan, because we don't know who's gonna apply. Okay, so I will say though, a big note on that is that this still has to be approved by the full county board. So it's in the budget, but still has to come to you guys.
Is there salary negotiations also? Like, is with the number we put here, your hard cap on top? Or,
No,
okay,
no. So according to the policy between the HR manager and the department head, they have the ability to go up to a step 7.
Okay.
But there are strict criteria and
To hit
we
each post,
really try not to do that because a lot of our staff are so low on the scale. Why would you bring in the new guy in 2 steps above someone who's been here 10 years? So we're very strict about
Okay.
that. But there is room to negotiate. Okay, so then down on the expenditures. So in the special projects line, you will see a gigantic increase. So in 2025, that was 8,000, excuse me. Different years. Oh, does that 26,000 account for the transfers we've done? The budget amendments? It must. Okay, so originally we asked for, I think, $8,000, but we've done several budget amendments into this budget, and that was for chamber funding. Now, for 2026, the committee put in 79,000, and my note there kind of explains what that is. So first and foremost, we need to budget for the $25,000 match to complete the comprehensive plan. The board has already approved that $25,000 to come out of the mining fund, but we need to account for that within this budget. The second is CETA, and this was, Phil can probably fill you in more. This was hotly debated at the tourism meeting, how long we want to keep CETA on after hiring a economic development tourism specialist. Okay, and then the reason I have the question mark behind chamber funding is the board did approve $18,000 for the chamber to help with their operating expenses in 2025. I know that they wanted that to be a years long commitment, but at the time the board only approved for 2025.
which chamber?
Rusk area chamber. So all 3 of those things are why there's that big increase in the special project line.
Sure.
Mhm.
So the budget was amended to 26,000,
Okay.
but our 12-month is 19,000. Do we need to change that then? We've already had 19,000 for 6 months.
I'm trying to think of what else. Possibly Sky. Cause I think, no, I thought CETA already paid. No, I think I did plan to spend out that line with CETA. I probably filled this out before that contract was signed.
Cause there's an updated contract with Cedar, right?
Oh, yeah, for 26. No, I'm talking about, she was talking about, I didn't account for
Yeah,
CETA.
yeah, year to date, we're already at 21.5, so to change that to 26,000.
So again, the full board would have to decide. I would think again on chamber funding. But if we think that the board would want to invest in the chamber again in 26, that should be accounted for within this
Actually budgeted for.
budget as well, because this year it resulted in a budget amendment.
We're gonna provide an economic development person to help the chamber. We really need to fund the chamber.
I don't know what our chamber has done. I haven't heard any,
I don't know.
I think they've done a lot for the community over the years, and I think they're the reason we have some of the businesses we have.
Is it for the community? I guess my question is though, and I'm just gonna say it,
It's
I'll make somebody mad.
It's for the county.
Is it for the county or, cause it sure seems like when, in all my interactions with chamber, it's been city.
So like explain at the meeting, I think, originally it was a City of Ladies Chamber of Commerce, and they into the Rusk County, so they are heavy presence in Ladysmith, but that was part of us helping out with funding, is they're really trying to reach out and go all over the county as well.
Yeah, I mean, even the even when I Google, because I had to Google them real quick, I get like 3 different websites. And then I get one that says, for more information, visit the website at ladysmithchamber.com. Then, or the phone number, and then the phone number says Rusk Area Chamber of Commerce.
Is there county events listed on there or just city events?
I don't know, the websites, well, there's at least 2 different websites, but there's a Live Rusk County website, and I was clicking through and I didn't see much.
It's the main website, I believe.
The Russ County Chamber run is the rustchamber.com, I think.
There's a few out there.
I'm right, that's Russ County.
Make sure it's for Wisconsin.
Yeah, I just know that. But when I said it was Texas.
Yeah, I think there's a Rusk.
There's like the Rusk County
Yep.
Community Foundation, like they have a click a link to the community foundation.
Yeah, that's something completely separate, yeah. It's kind of like a revolving loan fund type thing too, with, or grant.
Do we have a relationship with the Rusk County Community Foundation?
Yeah, that must have been before you were on this committee. So they came to finance because there's some money sitting in a pot. And I think finance indicated that the LIDC would take the lead on that. Yep,
That's what it is.
right? Am I remembering that right? Yeah.
It's like 71,000.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, liverusscounty.com. Liverusscounty.com is the.
I don't know.
Well, if, yeah, I mean, if that's something that the finance committee collectively wants to pull out, then that's. That is.
My opinion is 2026 is the year we gotta jumpstart our economy and this is coming out of mining funds. I think we need to put everything in play to start at least attempting to do something for economic development.
Yeah,
So I would personally, now I wanted a whole year to keep the CETA contractor on, to be honest, and the Joint Tourism Committee agreed that they figured 6 months is what we put in.
well, it's better than nothing, but
Yeah.
a full year would be right. I
And
agree with
my
you.
thought was, okay, so we are hiring this person, well, especially like, it was even suggested maybe not even having them at all in January. Well, if this person starts in January and this CETA contractor just did all this stuff to get all this, there would be no overlap. I figure we can use CETA heavily. My suggestion was for a year to train in our stuff. They got their own grant writing department, stuff like that.
Right.
They're already working on grants.
Yeah, there's a lot of resources there.
Yeah, so it's like when you got a company and that's what they do with boots on the ground in Rusk County, my opinion was, I would invest a year. It comes out of the mining funds and then in 2027, I would, get
yeah,
rid of them.
and don't get me wrong, I'm not opposed to helping fund the Chamber of Commerce. I think across the board, chambers of commerce are vital to any municipality, any county, right? And economic development. I just, for what we're paying, I feel like maybe we need to find some kind of okay, so what did you guys do this year? Or how did Rusk County grow this year and what was your impact? Like some kind of a statement or something.
And we could even bring them here to
Yeah.
say,
Cause that would help strengthen the relationship, right?
yeah, so there was, so like when we were discussing with the chamber about giving them funding, we pitched in money, the city of Ladysmith pitched in and the LIDC pitched in. And there was what do you guys want? Do you want something specifically out of this? But the problem is if the 3 entities wanna now all of a sudden become their bosses, it just makes it impossible for them to do their job. So, they also had director change over this year as well. So we just met the new director at the last meeting as well. I'm sure we could bring her in.
I think we should.
She is pretty new, so, but I mean, we could even see at the next finance meeting.
Like just an introduction and initial thoughts or something, right? Like you don't wanna,
And we could say, hey, last year we pitched in $18,000. What benefit are we getting from it? What projects are you working on?
yeah,
Well, and unfortunately, I think most of that money went to wages and benefits.
that's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, so I will also say one other thing, the chamber is membership. Okay, so if we are gonna have our own employee focused on economic development and tourism, would it be a better investment to put that $18,000 in their budget for them to decide how to spend? Because with what, you have to remember now, if we have a development specialist, this is the budget they will be working off of to spark your economic development. And, you know, is this,
To launch a new golden age for Russ County.
yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
right, and are we giving them the tools in this budget to be able to do that?
Or we could even carry over the CETA contractor for a little longer. That one cover was for 6 months.
Yeah, been like.
Well, another thought that needs to be put into this, so. Is the thought process behind this going to be? We're gonna pull this out of the mining fund every year? Because then you're on about an 8 years, what do we got? 5 years and it's gonna be done.
Well, I
We're
want,
not turned around in 5 years.
yeah, I'm saying 2026 is like, honestly, after 2026, after a year with CETA and a economic development person of our own, I wouldn't have a contractor anymore. That'd be my,
I'm just talking about the whole budget. Somehow this is gonna have to be. You're gonna have to spark, if you're gonna do what you're thinking, you're gonna have to spark enough here, and I think it's gonna take more than a year to be realistic.
It will.
I think it's gonna take a couple of years. Because the first year, I don't know how you're gonna gauge. Unless something miraculous happens. That this individual is able to. Bring to the county.
well, the problem is it's gonna show up in property tax revenue, so it won't show up in a mining fund. That's where we're gonna realize that. So eventually the county's gonna have to take some levy money and invest in
Well,
economic development. But that's the only
Well,
way.
that's kind of the progression, right? Is like.
That's the point I'm making. There's only so much in the mining fund, so the person needs to have some forethought here as to, okay,
Yeah.
this right here, it's 5 years.
Yeah.
And there's other people that like to dip out of the mining fund with other things that come along, so. I mean, joint management buildings funded out of the mining fund.
I mean, have we set any goals, like realistically to, is like our goal for an economic development head to try to cover that, like $1 million property tax? Yeah. Or like, what is what is a KPI that we can use? Or that you guys have discussed?
I guess we've never discussed a certain property tax. Well, property taxes will go up organically as well, so it would be pretty hard to,
Or they use it out?
yes, to use that as a gauge, but they're reporting back and in a year, they've done no talking to any businesses and there's no new businesses coming to town. Have I got any grants for anything? None of the businesses are expanding. I would say, well, that's probably a waste of money, you know, or.
And then we,
Well, I think
The
the goal-
first 6 months is gonna be establishing. Like,
yeah, you need to give
It's
it,
gonna take.
you need to legitimately give it to you
See.
before you're gonna
I
see
think
it.
the first year, the goal you guys need to set is $2.5 million in levy. That's what they do.
Make up the-
That would be
Hey,
an
there's
impossible-
some people in the nominee that want us to go get that.
What's that?
There's some people in the nominee that would love us to go after that all in one shot.
Yeah, yeah.
All it takes is one large business and done.
Trying to help with the goal.
Yeah, so I mean, to put, any KPIs in place for the first year is,
It's hard.
it's hard because a lot of it's, and that's where, even, that's where I kind of wanted the contracted services there for year two to help build those, because the contractor has their own relationships. That's what they do for a living. But they are pretty expensive compared to hiring your own person, you know, because we're only getting them half a week or 2 days a week. But it seems like they're already doing good, you know, but that person started out with a network that was already built in. Russ County doesn't have a network. I mean, who are they gonna go to in Russ County that has the network? You know, they'll go to-
Chamber.
right, but they don't work
Yeah.
for the county.
No, but
And we're looking to expand on what they're doing, so.
you know,
So break this 79 down for me again, please. So there's 25 match in there. And how much of that is CETA? 18?
6 months of CETA is also about, okay, what's 79 minus 18?
61,
25.
that's 25 would be 36.
Yeah, so then that's probably about 6 months of CETA.
See, this 36 for 6 months or? No.
They also upped their fee for 2026, so let me,
See, this 70 a year? Understand?
They're, yeah, it's like $100 some an hour.
So there's some other economic development councils out there, right? In theory, if we have our own head, I see the news that there's like a Wisconsin Economic Development Council. I think there's like a Northern Economic Development Council. This person would actually contact all those organizations.
Yeah.
I would hope so. Use everything at their disposal.
Yeah, because there's money out there, and I'm worried about it because there's a few other things that are going to come out in other meetings, but we are facing, you know, a pretty significant economic downturn in 2026 from what I can tell. And when we're talking about 2 or 3 different federal like interest rate cuts, right, going down a whole basis point, it's going to be a hard. We're kind of swimming upstream with economic development next year anyway. The headwinds are not great.
Yeah, and we haven't invested much in economic development and look where we are.
Yeah.
You know, not to say the whole country's not, you know, there's different spots that have issues,
Well,
but.
What I worry about is we'll, and I think it's the right answer. Like, I'm gonna vote yes for this. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that out, but I'm gonna vote yes for this whole thing. And it's because like, it needs to get started. I don't know what next year or 2027 will bring the fruit, but
We need to have.
If we
everybody
don't-
to Be as
if
competitive.
we don't hire now, then next year we're gonna be going, oh crap, we don't have a budget anymore because economic downturn, another business shutdown, and we don't have a plan. Here, at least we can get ahead. So, yeah, even if it just keeps us treading water, economic development or building a base, it's better than waiting until next year. It's not gonna be good.
So back to Ashley, your point, are these numbers realistic to give this person the tools they need?
Yep.
I mean, we're gonna go through all this mumbo jumbo. Not saying to throw more in there. I just want to make sure that
Yeah, so I think it is, there's still 10 grand for marketing. I just told Sky it's 28,000, about 28,000 to keep CETA for 6 months. So that leaves about, 10-ish, 10,000 in the special project line for them to tap into. They have convention and dues. Line's still at 7,000. We would keep our partnership, obviously, with the Northwest Regional Planning Commission. There's supplies budgeted.
Also, if you decide not to fund the chamber or whatever the case may be, that, that special project money could be used elsewhere too. I mean, just because it's in that line used for those services. So if there's a decision made on that, then be put towards marketing or supplies or.
And I think last time the chamber thing, well, it came to tourism, but it went to the board. I don't remember. I don't think they showed up to the board meeting. I think, but maybe instead of having them at finance, maybe have them right at the board, because the board's gonna have to vote on whether they want to approve it or not anyways, ultimately, right?
We're supporting.
Yeah, we could budget for them, but the board's gonna have to vote to give them the money or not, so you have them show
We
up.
should give them the chance to make their argument. Again, chambers are valuable. We also need to see what they've done and see how big the network is. Try to be boosters if we can. So can we even put that in the budget then? Right? Like if it has to go to the full board to approve something for the chamber, can we even put that under this economic development special project line.
Well, like she said, though, if there's something else that comes up, we don't have to use that for the chamber. We could
Okay.
use that for, say that we're like, hey, we need another,
Yeah.
So when it goes to full board, it looks something like full board, we would like approval to use funds in, item 216 to, promote the chamber, and then yay or nay, right? That
The-
resolution looks clean.
The other comments that come up is, when, departments go to committee or board for these things that, they always get asked, well, is it in your budget?
Yep.
So if they don't budget for it, sometimes they don't get it, so.
No,
My thought on this one right now is, yes, we have it here, but I don't, somebody can disagree with me. I don't think this committee should approve it. This particular budget until it has went through the proper channels for the position.
The position's created.
So the position
Oh, yeah, 'cause
approved
it-
by the board.
you're talking about like the
Fair.
econ specialists and stuff, yeah.
Fair. I'm absolutely with
And
that.
it's good that we review it. It's in place. But if that position for some reason is voted down at the board, this is gonna be one at the last minute. We're gonna be coming in here and probably tearing apart.
We just deleted, right? Basically.
Well, we'd have to readjust the special project line for CETA. We'd have to out the wage. And
Yeah, so
it
then-
would drop it in half
It
probably.
would be, a budget amendment approval, because you can't just move, wages and benefits,
To expenditure.
to other, operating costs, so, we did that with IT.
Mhm.
Well, how soon is this specialist position gonna, is it at the next board meeting or is it out a couple months yet?
Yeah, I think it's on for finance on the 25th, and then it would go right to the board.
Go to the
So
board
I
on the
think
30th.
before budget hearing, we'll know yay or nay on that, I think.
Yeah,
So, if we have to.
Right.
If we have to change the budget at that point, but if we leave it like that for the moment and then depending on whether we get this position or not.
I mean, I guess we could pass this one if you wanted to today, based upon approval by county board for the position. And then you'd be covered. But
We have another opportunity to vote on this later though, right?
yeah, we haven't voted any through yet because I've been waiting in case we wanted to go back and review anything.
Yeah, we kind of vote on the budget as a whole.
Yeah,
To be.
So should we just leave this as is and move on to the next?
that's what I'm thinking, unless you guys have more discussion on it.
Economic development phone, is this person gonna have a cell phone probably though?
Wait a second, is there a phone?
I should have brought that up at the.
What'd you say?
The
They
economic,
need a cell phone. They need a phone
yeah, they're gonna need a cell phone.
and a laptop, and a Microsoft 365
You
license.
didn't ask for it.
Don't even, let's not go there.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Turn into a disaster.
You just started yeah.
No,
You
no,
need to go to the last, you need.
Office 365.
I'll wipe out the office supplies budget right now.
Yeah,
exactly.
Done.
Well, that ended up being what, 200?
$276
Yeah.
each.
Uh,
You have email.
I think we should move the county to a software as a subscription model. We should just,
Well, and each department gets billed for their laptops too, right?
Those were purchased during COVID.
Yeah,
So there'll be no offset for that. I mean, if this department gets a new laptop, do we need to let this department or?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I'm saying when the last time we replaced all these laptops there was a special pot of money for that.
COVID money, yes.
So that didn't hit any departmental budget.
Right, but in this case, it may.
Yeah, like Register of Deeds budgeted for her own. Yep.
What are they budgeting for new laptops?
Budgeted for my own as well.
Austin?
What'd she say?
Less. I think
700
for that.
750
Yeah.
is what, Mary might have said.
Okay,
She budgeted 1,000 and she said that it
came in less than.
would come in less, yeah.
so yeah, they need more, they obviously need more for office supplies. By the time you put the licensing fee in there and then that's over 1,000, that's 1,100 just for that. So you might as well take that up to 1,500.
Got Jim adding money in my economic
Hey,
development.
this is-
Well, I gotta watch you like a hawk. If you're gonna do something, do it right. Quit trying to skirt underneath the bottom wire of the electric fence.
Listen, you can't have this guy making calls if you don't give him a phone, right?
Right, yeah, yeah, and it can't just be the landline phone. He needs to have a cell phone if he's gonna go out meeting with businesses.
Does he even have an office? Or,
It would be out at the visitor center.
okay,
Mhm.
So
is there,
what about Lincoln?
But no, so we have Uma out there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This person's office can be at the visitor center,
There's literally no space in the courthouse left.
like a broom closet there in that one corner. Your old office.
That broom closet is our lactation room.
Oh,
Um,
is there another broom closet?
Chair is in the other broom closet.
He doesn't need an office.
I mean, if it,
yeah, he should be out, boots on the ground, right?
Yeah, like BJ is rarely in the office.
Yeah.
He's
That,
out around the county.
whatever, just wherever the best fit is for the county to get the most bang for their buck out of the position.
But
Yeah.
a cell phone, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what those are costing. That's-
30 a month. What's the usually IT can get a free phone because we go a couple models older.
Like, put $500 on the line or or 1,000 off away.
Yeah. So. I'm thinking 45.51 is about the monthly cost of,
Yeah, so like if you've got 660 in there, it should be. Should cover it with about 5 to 7% there.
Did we forget anything?
When it comes up later, I'll remember I said 660, and when the true cost comes in at 800, we'll talk about it.
you have a full-time person doing economic development, tourism, they're gonna spend more than $100 on postage.
It's only like 3 letters.
I have some standard.
$100 is only like 3 letters these days.
They're gonna be out at visitor center. They're not gonna take the time to come up here and mail anything.
what do you
We're
think
gonna-
they're gonna be
What do you think
mailing?
you're gonna be mailing? BJ doesn't mail anything.
Emails.
His face is right at that building.
I don't know, I'm thinking if they're talking to companies, somebody might want a packet of something, especially if they make the little packets. I mean, they can send an email, but
Right.
I don't know, there always tends to be something mailed.
Email. I'd say
Whoever's
that.
impacted.
Yeah, we're really trying, like, as a county, we're really trying to get away from.
I mean, that's good. I just think that we're going from not having somebody there and we use
See, he's on forestry. He's
22.
trying to get more paper.
More paper.
use. Yeah.
$22 in the first 6 months and we don't even have somebody in that position.
Trying to boost that paper
So-
use.
What's that?
Yeah, on forestry, you're trying to boost that paper use.
Maybe
The grand plan.
grand plan.
You're in yonder Mifflin.
What's that?
Instead of Dunder Mifflin, out here in yonder Mifflin.
Right.
It's pushing paper products. I mean, I think you guys have dialed this in pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty close. But it's one of those you're really not gonna know. And it's probably gonna start out a little on the slow side anyhow. I mean, and maybe hopefully this gets some grant funding behind it going forward.
So then whatever our net new construction is in 2026, we just add that levy to the economic development person's line because we're gonna assume that all that was because of them.
Whoever,
Can I get it in my budget for this year then?
so whatever, say it again, whatever net new construction is for next year.
You already said, yeah, I think there was a motion and a second and it was voted.
I heard that.
I don't recall. Somebody want to read those meeting minutes back? Cause I don't recall any of that taking place in here. All right, are you done now? Are you happy? The main thing is, are you happy?
I'm happy.
All right, let's move on to the next.
I'll be happier.
Let's go to finance. We already found enough flaws that you left in the last one that you just missed.
Sorry,
Take a-
on 662, do you want to know what you're pulling from the mining fund before you move on or no?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's fine. Just go back to 662 quick and scroll to the end. What is the pull on the mining
I
fund?
thought it was 2.
2,000 or 203,232.
Well, last I saw was 201. Oh, we.
Right, well, we
give it
added-
more money, that's
added-
why.
Oh,
Yeah, so 201, and the intent of this is, so the public is aware, it's gonna be funded, this whole budget will be funded with the mining fund, correct?
correct.
So it's not a
That's what-
levy, but we also have, once the mining fund's gone, it's gone. By then, the joint management properties, we get so much money that, just for keep replenishing that.
Get it?
No. He likes me for some reason. I did show it.
Okay, 665 is the Bruce revolving loan fund, and this is something that BJ and I are working on marketing again. I don't believe this has been tapped since 18 or 19. We did receive guidance from the state regarding the CDBG housing revolving loan fund going away. We still are under the impression that this is fine for 2026. We have not received guidance that this is going away, so that's why we haven't run it out to zero. But this is something that really hasn't been advertised in years. And now that I have someone, BJ and I had a discussion about marketing this revolving loan fund. And if we can get that grant as well, that would be great to market both at the same time. So the grant that we're applying for is truly a grant. This is a revolving loan fund. So I just actually cleaned something up from 09 with Sky's help. So the revolving loan committee gave these people a $5,000 loan at 5% interest rate or something like that. They paid it back over 5 or 10 years. I can't remember which. And that was an investment into equipment for their business.
So, what all can this elaborate a little bit more? What all can this be used?
Sure. So you cannot use it on like general administrative operating expenses. So someone can't come to you and say, I can't make payroll next month. I need help. That's not qualifying. Things like, I want to update my CNC machine. That will qualify here. I need to buy an additional vehicle for my fleet. That will qualify here.
This is,
I want to update my siding so the building looks better. That would qualify.
this is a loan, not a grant, so they pay us back.
Yep, it's a revolving loan fund. So the idea is that we will always have money in this fund because it's constantly being.
It's like 0 interest for the individual, or is there stipulation?
Minimum.
Yeah, it's a favorable interest rate, but like the one that Sky and I had to clean up was a 5% interest rate.
Okay,
But that was given back in 09, so you have to remember what time frame we're talking about.
There's regular, like, payment terms on these.
Yeah, they sign a contract, a lien was put on the vehicle. That's what we were dealing with.
and this is only for Bruce?
Oh, no, I don't know why it's called,
That's what's throwing me off with this.
no, yeah, I don't know why it is, maybe it started with.
So there's a little explanation there.
Ah. This one's always thrown me off. Okay,
Loans are
Let's
rich.
say for Bruce businesses.
Okay, so this is,
Oh, okay.
so it might be open to everybody, but it did start with Bruce.
It might be limited to Bruce, I don't know.
I have no idea. I was not trained on this at all, and Jamie didn't know anything either because it hadn't been used for years.
Then somebody came out and asked for a loan.
No, somebody came to me and they said, I'm trying to get rid of my vehicle and Russ County still has a loan on it. And I was like, guy,
Yeah.
help. I said, I don't know.
Wait, look at the last sentence.
Actually,
That loans are written off.
yes.
It's in a sense,
So if
we're
the,
telling them it's free money if you don't. pay
if,
for it.
like if the business, if they go out of business and they haven't paid it back.
So it works like, it almost works like those housing development grants.
Yeah.
It's there until you sell the thing that you used it for, whether it's an upgrade on your business. So it's there, it hangs there until you sell.
There are payment terms set
Yeah.
up with
Okay,
this,
there's
whereas
payment
with the housing,
There's not.
That's not till you sell.
yeah, not until you
Okay.
sell.
You're paying the whole time.
So it almost sounds like, do we need to do some more digging into this and see if this can be changed?
Yeah, BJ and I are trying to get ourselves familiarized with it.
Well, let me know and then we can put it on finance here if we need to clean this up or if we can, or.
Do you think that former administrative coordinator Andy might have background into it at all?
He might, yeah,
Probably.
I'm sure he does, yeah.
I think in writing, because that's probably in a file.
Because if it can be
At
used,
the airport, but maybe.
Yeah.
because if it's not specifically anymore, Bruce, the length of terms or whatever doesn't, then we should just change it to a county revolving loan fund.
Yeah, it says Bruce/county, so I don't,
Mhm.
yeah, we need more background.
Yeah, I take it when I look at it that, okay, this is designated for Bruce only.
And there is,
And it specifically says, at least in these notes, for Bruce
Yeah.
businesses similar to the county's DOD revolving loan fund. And then it also
For
has
Bruce.
3 members appointed by the village of Bruce.
What's DOD in this context? It's not Department of Defense, I know that.
I don't know.
Department of Development,
I
Could
think
be,
it's Department of Development.
that sounds nice.
yeah, but I mean, 97 was like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
so
Yeah, I would,
Could have
Yeah.
changed.
When was the last time you heard about the Rusk revolving loan committee? Well,
Yeah. Never.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that we.
So when
It's
I,
just the finance committee now.
when I was going back looking for the information that Ashley needed, there was a committee, and so they were the ones that decided on writing off loans, and the payment terms and approving. So there was one. Don't know that we have one anymore.
so, okay, so this was a grant, obviously. So there's gotta be more of this out there. If we could get something like that, then yeah, the county could start something again.
So, okay, within the past decade, maybe, our partnership with Northwest Regional Planning. So these local revolving loan funds haven't necessarily had a bunch of success, which is why the state is clawing a lot of them back. So a lot of our revolving loan funds went into a greater pool with Northwest Regional Planning Commission. So they oversee, Burnett, Washburn, Price, Rusk, Sawyer, and there's a bigger pool of funds. So when someone comes to me saying, I need some financing help, that's the partnership we have with Northwest Regional Planning, and we refer them to them.
So if we create this last position we're talking about, this individual or that position will have the ability to pull from those funds or use that as a resource.
Right, so hopefully our specialist would connect businesses with this, come to the revolving loan committee, and then that specialist would say, I would think the payment plan should be something like this, based off of their research with that building, or that business, sorry. But the reason this probably fell by the wayside is the same as everything. Andy got piled on. And administration like this is very time consuming. Yeah,
And that's why you need a full-time person.
Right.
So that's economic development, tourism, because it's the type of stuff they can get in the weeds on.
Absolutely.
yeah, and we don't, this burden should not fall on our finance department. That's not, our job isn't to make sure that lease payments came in. That's the department's job.
So then, okay, well, this will be for when that position gets created, if it does, that they can look into whether or not we
When
want
it does.
funds set aside separately at the county level for that kind of stuff, and maybe there'll be some grants on.
I kind of like this. I kind of like this because it gives us, if it stays under finance purview, we can see the small businesses as they apply for loans. And it gives us a better, just thought on what's happening to the money.
Yeah.
Because if we want to boost, this is the same thing about the chamber, right? Like, we don't know if there's I'm sure there is a value add, but we don't know yet. But if we can quantify it and talk about it, then that'll serve everybody better.
Yes. All right, you guys are doing more digging on that one, so, okay.
Street Park.
Whack.
Because that's the reason.
Yours are different.
Oh,
So you're going,
like when Terry was looking at the HHS budget, his were all out of order. In there.
Mine are right on
Yeah,
now.
tourism. 6.
You can just accidentally hold it down and move the tabs when they're so small.
Yeah.
Okay, so on the tourism side, you'll notice that the extra help and associated costs are at 0. If we have a full-time economic development and tourism specialist, we should not be needing that extra help position. So we did take that out of the tourism budget, so that helps a little bit towards the pull on the mining fund. Contracted labor, that is for the 2 Westlake employees out at the visitor center. And we did up that a little bit because we're looking like we're gonna run over budget on their hours 2025. Special projects went back down to 15,000, and the tourism committee actually has already allocated that 15,000 for 26. The reason it was at 35 for 25 was because we are redoing the visitor guide.
We expect, by the end of the year, we'll have a new one. And what year was that last updated?
2019.
19, so it's like
But you're
pretty
estimating,
out of date, but there's been like the last 6 months, a whole bunch of progress made. It's kind of like
Nothing happened.
dead in the water for a while, and
you still think we're gonna be over by the estimation there for the year?
On the labor.
No, on special projects, sorry.
Oh, yeah, that should be 35,000. Yeah. An estimate or an actual?
That's your projected.
That was my projected.
Yeah.
Wonder if you didn't
Is
mean to
that where
double it.
We-
Did you mean to double it? maybe?
Yeah. Because we also pulled from special projects part of the CETA funding, correct?
we pulled from all over for CETA.
Yeah, I had to do some creative.
I can't remember, you came and you had a list and you're like, if we do this, and this, we can make it work. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that was, look.
Special projects year to date is at 31,105. 31,000
We'll still have to pay
year to date, so.
for
that's-
River Travel Media, but they will.
We are fully paid up with River Travel. I remember what it is. The printing is outstanding.
Okay,
That's what it is, because we haven't printed the guides yet. So it's not gonna be over that much. I don't know why I put that in, because the printing is like $6,000. So maybe that was supposed to be 38,790, not 48.
Or 35.
But maybe, I think I probably meant to type 38,790. We're at 31,145 right now. Okay. Communications, kept that the same. The change on the building maintenance and utilities line is for a roof. And Brett thinks if you guys aren't comfortable doing it in 26, we could possibly hold off for 27, but the roof is in pretty bad shape. And he estimated it would be about $20,000.
Who's gonna put a metal one on, or didn't he say
He didn't, I didn't, yeah.
cheapest, but
So if you're not comfortable with the roof in 26, he did say he thought another 2 years could get out of that one.
They're not saying 10 years, they're not saying 5 years.
Nope,
They're
we're,
saying 2 years.
a lot of our stuff in the life.
this budget's all funded with levy, right?
None of these budgets are levy.
All mining.
this is mining fund.
That or what we should maybe do is, if we know he's gonna do one in 27. feel like we've done in other cases and budget half this year and then you'll have to do half next year.
Yeah, we're still gonna hit at the same time.
Unless we want to put half the deposit down this year.
One side this year.
We can pay for the first half this year. I don't know if the rules say we have to do it in the year the work is actually done or the.
How about the county buy the supplies and everyone out there just helps put it on?
There's a few guys. out there.
Tourism.
Oh,
Put that on. the
I,
weekend.
like, if it comes to painting or stuff like that, volunteers, when it comes to roof, if you have people up there and then you get a couple shingles off a little bit and then you're caulking that up, I mean, you could cost more money by.
I've done 3 or 4 asphalt roofs, but I've never done a metal roof.
Well, and was this shingled or was this, you said you don't know
Shingles on it right now.
right now, but honestly, to Jim's point, you might wanna look at a steel roof if that's not what he's looking at, cause you're gonna last a lot longer. And
It'd be a lot quicker and you probably could put it over top of the one that's already there. In most cases.
I mean, that, it'll come back to tourism before he does anything, so.
Yeah, I mean, I
I
think
guess the question is, what do we wanna do with it? The line. It's hard to,
hard to argue with needing a roof. And do we need to give them more for a metal roof though? Cause I don't wanna have
it's not that big of a building.
that big of a building.
I think this is plenty. I think he probably could do it for 15, is my gut, but you'd have to get a quote.
well, maybe he is planning on steel though.
Maybe he's not. I don't know. I guess that's,
Well, if he knows no, I can't even go there today. Can't make these jokes. I think while we have the money, we should do the roof.
so hard to budget for that when he hasn't gotten any quotes and
Well, he must have something, that's why he figured the 20,000.
He's coming to give an update on the painting. Do you want me to ask him to give an update on the roof as well?
not today's not, is he?
No, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah. He could give us what he's correcting, what he's looking at.
You know, he doesn't want his staff doing it because of the pitch of the roof and
Oh, that's
the
understandable.
heights training and things like that, yeah. Mhm.
Maybe I missed something. Is that like an internal work crew that he was saying that he doesn't want up there?
He doesn't want his staff doing it. Yeah.
Okay, and that would be our standard.
Only people that
Yeah.
can do the roof and the county probably wouldn't have to worry about any liability is elected officials. We put elected officials up on the roof to do free and none of us get sued and we.
No, actually, your guys' work comp is not at a level where you can do that.
We actually have it.
I will have to,
Wait, what?
you know.
We'll sign waivers.
Listen, we were allowed to
I'm
hit
joking. I didn't even think we were covered.
open flames.
Maybe that's one.
It's true volunteer work. Where you get hinky is where if you've got someone volunteering to do work that a normal employee would be
Right.
performing, that's where you start getting hinky with volunteer stuff.
Volunteer or normal worker wasn't gonna do the roof.
We can get the chamber to take pictures and sponsor our remodel.
Well, I don't know. It's up to you guys. Me saying about 27.
But again, this is funded by the mining fund, so.
Right. So what's the
it's-
point?
Yeah, we're not
The
saving.
roof, why create more damage by taking that chance? Let's leave it in there.
The mining fund earn interest.
Not anymore.
Yeah, we won't, there'd be no money there to gain interest. And then does the mining fund interest stay in the mining fund?
It should. I hope it does.
I think that something that came up the other day, the interest didn't stay in there.
Oh, I have heard, I don't know what the plan is here, but yeah, I'm sure people are trying to move interest into other buckets.
Does the mining interest stay in the mining fund?
Yes.
CTC, that was the one.
I liked it better when everyone forgot we had a mining fund.
We're gonna have
Like lately, everyone knows we have one.
yeah, but
How long ago did the mining fund come into play? Cause that was, I don't remember how long ago the mine was here. Just after,
Before you were
I
born.
was a kid. I was a kid, yeah.
well, but I mean, it was when they left, right, that the mining fund came into play? I mean, 20 years later, however long it is, there's still a mining fund. And there's been a lot done with that. It's less than a time.
For somebody that I have it in my head, that was a lot of money. Maybe Ron remembers. There's Freeman sitting here today. That was like, that mining fund that they left, that Kennecott left back for the county. Were you on the board then?
No.
I thought it was like a double digit millions.
should have.
10 million.
I feel like the sign that I read on at the park site said it left the county millions.
And then I think it left some to the, strictly to the city too,
And in a town of, right?
Town of Grant. But they haven't touched theirs. They hang on.
Maybe,
to
maybe
theirs.
the county can get their hands on.
I like
something.
living in the town of
Yeah.
Grant. Town of
Yeah.
Grant doesn't nickel and dime me because they still have their mining fund.
They just paying their expenses off of interest.
Actually, if I'm not mistaken,
Interesting.
I think the town of Grant has more left in their mining fund than the county does.
Okay.
All you guys do is pay.
Do economic development director.
Yeah, maybe we should revisit that and then have the tour, the economic development stuff, must be a grant slash.
They did,
county.
they made the town of Grant. Look how that worked out.
Yeah, the grant.
Yeah, that's kind
They
of,
helped with the town of Grant, if I remember correctly.
That's-
how that worked
In
out.
all seriousness though, do we need to do some oversight on the mining fund? Like, do we need to have like a subcommittee or do we need to like scrutinize how that's getting hit? Cause like, I know this is a big hit, but I also believe that, you know, we need economic development, so we're not wholly begotten to frickin' bumper prices,
To my
right?
knowledge, the only way mining fund can be touched is through this committee or through the board.
Okay.
Site committee is finance, so.
But on a lot of these things, especially with the joint projects and everything, seems like everything hits the county's mining fund. What about the city's mining fund?
Nothing hits the cities, or nothing from joint management hits the cities.
I think they spent their mining fund already.
Why not?
The city has a mining fund?
They had one originally, I think.
Yeah, yeah, they did. I remember.
Well, I think the argument the city puts is that we get the revenue, so we get the expenses. What they always say, if we ask them.
Yeah, we also carry all the debt. Are you okay if I keep going through? Cause,
Yes, please, sorry, I started. That's my fault.
no, that's okay. So we can come back to that if you guys want. Maintenance, the same.
Claire?
Postage is the same, and we're really trying to, like I said, the county overall is trying to cut down on printing and postage. So part of what this visitor guide is gonna have in it is QR codes. We really want to stop sending out these huge mailings and drive people to our website and our social channels. Here, promotional match kept the same. Supplies, travels, seminars, equipment, all kept that the same. Retail and resale inventory, we did up by $500 because we are doing those train tours out there. So when the kids come through, mom and dad give them $5 or $10, and that's, we've seen, you know, we did a budget amendment for that last month or the month before, so we did up that. The other like bigger cost to this budget is the indirects. And that's about $15,000. And that is all of the, you know, maintenance time that gets spent out there. What am I missing? What else goes into that?
Indirects comes from the cost allocation, so, but yeah, so IT services, any supporting department, finance.
Probably
that, yeah, so there is also a transfer to maintenance of $3,500 to cover maintenance's time specifically there. So any repairs and maintenance that they do, anytime they spend there, they track that, we do that transfer.
Mhm.
Do we have enough there on that line for 26? And looks like we're gonna be over for this year, or?
For the indirect costs,
Yeah,
that see.
we just hope they just don't spend as much time out there.
It's
Kind of a guess.
It's kind of a guesstimate.
You don't know
yeah.
until year end.
Don't know until you
Yeah,
know.
our cost auditor is here now. He's working on that, so we'll have better idea, and it's also a 2-year leg, right? I think, so we're applying, so for 2025, that would be it from our cost audit of 2023. So there's that too.
Okay, and then down on the revenue sides, revenue side, you can see that our sales are doing quite well, but we want to keep that fairly conservative, so we did bump that up just a little bit. The charges to LABA, Ladysmith Area Business Association, which is now Rusk County
Area Chamber.
Chamber of Commerce, yeah. So they pay us a small amount of rent, that $330 a quarter to be out at the visitor center. We did have revenue in 25 for the guide ad sales, but again, that was a 1-year project, so that's now back down to 0. We get $32,000 as a reimbursement from the city for the tourism efforts. And then we also do budget for donations, but we like to keep that conservative. As you can see, 24 was under, but 25 is projected to be quite a bit over on donations. So keeping that at about $100. With the pull then on the mining fund of 67,878.
Well, you said for the ad sales is 0, you're not requesting, yet you do have it in there proposed by finance.
Yeah, I see that. Did we talk about that maybe? And I added that back in,
Wait, I think it's at 0.
changed it.
Oh,
Yeah, she changed it.
Yeah. No, there should be, that should be none because we only did the guide for 2025. So yeah, that should be 0.
Okay, yeah, mine still got the old number here too.
Okay.
That was throwing me off too.
I believe we've taken in more than $7,500 in ad sales.
Oh, yeah, because it's just the 64, so.
Yeah, we've taken in like twice that maybe.
Oh, yeah, we're at 10,400
Yeah.
year to date, so.
What percentage of that? 25%?
Yeah, but that hit as an expense. So the revenues will show the whole
Oh,
thing.
okay.
So if I update those revenues, you want it at the 10?
Is that,
A little bit.
Or because there's 2 outstanding invoices.
I was gonna say, is that received or is that in?
I can give you the exact number if you want that.
Sure.
So for 2026, do we think again then?
No, that was a one-time thing. 11,170.
So the guides, even though they've been since 19, is more of a biannual, every two years or something like that.
So,
Hopefully.
another thing I want to mention in this budget, there is some fund balance. And I do have it, for 25 using up the fund balance. The resolution was that it was, to be used for ongoing projects. And so I figured that the guides would be, a good project to use it for. So it does help offset what we, are pulling from the mining fund.
Which line is that fund balance kept in, or I didn't know we had anything continuing appropriation in this budget.
In this, but yes, so it's just kept there at the bottom of the budget. And we have, finance has a spreadsheet where we have all of the continuing appropriations, and so we we prepare that after year end. And then when we're preparing these budgets, we make sure that the balances that are in here match.
Who's gonna want pizza for lunch?
I think we're gonna be done by then, but look how many blocks we got to go.
Pizza good again? Good again?
Yeah.
I
Is there anything you don't like in your pizza?
like, what's your plan? Like usually, really?
I like,
Chilies, mushrooms.
Yeah, I usually just get like a straight pepperoni, but like if other people like loaded pizzas, I eat loaded pizzas.
meat lovers type of thing, your
I
side.
eat cheese pizzas.
I should.
I eat pepperoni pizzas. I eat combination supreme.
Are you one of those straight cheese pizza guys?
I do like those. I like those.
I'm just teasing.
But I've had some really good like quote unquote trash can pizzas, right? Where it's just every topping on the planet. I don't think anyone's ever asked me what kind
You
of
want me to order?
for. I'm usually the one for it.
If you want to, I'll just give you
So
my.
are we moving on?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
we're moving on.
hold it here. He was asking you questions about that last, so the
Just get like 3
so
extra.
the 29,313 is being added to the 67 to make her 102. What are we doing here?
No, it's for 2025. So if we didn't use that fund balance, that 48,000, you'd have to add that 29,000 to that 48,000 pulling from, the mining funds. So
Okay, now I'm with you.
we're using it up in 25.
Okay.
That's
I just want to point that out so make sure you guys were cool with that.
Yeah, otherwise why are we keeping it there?
Yeah, otherwise I'm not sure what we do, continue to keep that fund balance for.
Well, how long has it been there? I guess it was there last year, wasn't it?
Yes, so that resolution, based on the number I'm guessing is from 2007, but I mean, I don't know,
And what did it say again? Sorry. The resolution?
used for ongoing projects.
yeah. I mean, it also says in there that the interest from the mining fund investment was used to supplement the tourism budget, and that ended a decade ago. So
And did this come from somewhere else other than the mining fund? This 29,000 originally, or what's left of? Do we know?
Let me see.
I mean, was it a special thing brought in from somewhere else? That'd be the only hangup, but I mean, if it was mining fund in the first place, well, then why can't it just go back? That'd be the only hangup I can think of.
So in essence, it's really is going back in by not taking it out in
Mhm.
25. I mean,
Right.
it's doing the same thing.
Right, but the balance would be gone. But I'm just saying did it come out of? Who knows? Did it come from some leftover grant somewhere and they moved it over here and said, okay, it's come, you know what I mean?
suppose we have the resolution text.
I'm trying to see if I
Oh,
don't,
Randy never remember.
20 years ago.
Randy remembered everything.
I don't know who he is, but
Mr. Randy Tater, he's the finance chair.
oh, that makes sense.
Lives over in your end of the county.
does he?
Yeah, north of 8, way over on the west end.
I do.
Ah, nice area.
Who's
So-
replaced Randy?
uh,
He was
So
having fun.
It's unused levy, carry forward of revenues or unused levy. That's what the resolution is for. And then tourism, it says the balance must have been unused levy. as for ongoing projects.
I'm laughing.
Non-lapsing, yeah.
So it was, it
Oh.
wasn't originally mining fund money.
Yes, so, yeah, this resolution was for those departments and, you know, the reasons and how much, so. So based on that, I couldn't tell you if it was the whole amount. If all of that 29,000 came from, was at this time, or maybe it's, other years too added to it of unused levy, possibly, but that's the original resolution.
I think it's safe to use that. Yeah. To close it down. Everybody else, I'm sure, is already,
We can ask,
The rest of those on that list are not non-lapsing. They just carried that money forward to the following budget year, to 2008, but the tourism one was,
yeah, this reads like they just wanted any carryover levy funds that were
Yes.
ascribed to tourism to stay with tourism. That's what the non-lapsing would be, right? Like it just stays with tourism for whatever they want, is what this reads like. And since tourism is no longer funded by levy, right? It's funded by mining fund, this is obsolete. This is money that tourism can do whatever it wants with. Close it
Yeah.
down.
First, I was thinking maybe it needed to go back in the general fund, but it specifically says tourism. I would agree with what you did.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, you could go that route, put it in the general fund and ask for it out of the mining fund and create a whole mess, but this is money that was already appropriated, so.
Yeah, it's like you're just chasing your tail with it, so.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so this is now getting into what has been referred here from the Joint Management Committee. So I have a couple that I highlighted in red. The Joint Management, excuse me, the Joint Management Committee is looking at doing capital improvements to some of these buildings. So for the Enterprise Center, the control cost is that like indirect charge. That's what control is on these budgets. Let's see, contracted services, we kept at $8,000. Enterprise Center is, we do have a contracted, cleaner that goes out there that was approved by joint management last year, I think. And then anytime there's some kind of repair or something that our maintenance department can't, that's not in their purview, they'll contract that out if it's, you know, some specific HVAC or plumbing issue or something, and that hits that contracted services line as well. Utilities, we kept the same, but then you'll see that repair line is highlighted. So the Joint Management Committee has started keeping kind of a capital improvement list. And what they have on that list for 2026 at the Enterprise Center is a new boiler and a ventilation system upgrade.
What's Enterprise again?
Enterprise is Barnett Road. That's where that abandoned semi was. That's where Barefoot Painter, RCTC is. So you're going down Dowdy and then you turn down, I think it's Barnett
Barnett
Road.
Road, yeah.
And they're
Oh.
right back in there.
Okay, is it like a nicer building? What is it? Is anybody in it?
Yeah, it's filled. Price is filled with tenants. Yep.
that's where like our CTC and reason.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So then, however, so 100,000 alone is what joint management is proposing to get some capital improvement projects taken care of. But then if you go down and you look at our revenues from rent, they're $75,000. So this, what joint management is asking the finance committee for is a pull from the mining fund for $93,541. The boiler system and this ventilation project.
Does it have to be done at one time?
That's really more of a Brett question, but I do not believe they both need to be done in 26. Ron sits on joint management, by the way, if you guys have question, like more
Do
specific.
you remember the discussion on this?
Vaguely.
I'm just curious if it all had to be done this year or.
Anytime you have, I think the ventilation was an issue. Because there are painters in there and so on. So I think the ventilation was probably the bigger issue. If I recall the discussion.
I believe joint management has been looking at ventilation systems in several of the buildings since like 2016, 17, 18.
Oh, the discussion on gates too. Apparently.
Yeah, I think it was Enterprise Fritz and Gates. I believe it came in a decade ago.
Oh, it's all recent.
To my knowledge, there is no recent quote.
Did they provide you at joint management like a condition report or anything regarding the boiler and the ventilation, or
They just talked about,
talked about it? They talked about the age of the boiler,
I would guess it's probably original.
or like early 2000s original or
I believe so.
1980s.
No, I don't think it's that old. I would say that no, they budgeted for this, hoping that the projects could get going in 26. I would say really no true, diligence has been done yet at this point, because why, I think their argument is, why would we put all that time and effort in if we're not gonna have the money to do it? The chicken and egg.
Chicken and egg.
Yeah.
I'm deep in thought.
These things are a bottomless pit. I hate even discussing them. They just irritate the crap out of me. We better have to give them away. This is a prime example. It saved $93,000 in the mining fund. Just gave it to them.
Yeah,
I know not in the long run, that's not the fiscally things, but still, it's like,
Sell them.
And this would, in your normal finance reports, this is one of the ones that you present on, right? How would this look if you charted this 100 grand on your charts?
There would be a loss. Actually, several of these buildings, we are budgeting for a loss in 2026. Yep.
Say this is probably a Brett question, to give his assessment of, where they're at, could they be postponed till 2027? Can you do one versus the other? And try and, match the revenues with the expenditures.
Or amortize it out, right? The new equipment, wouldn't we have to?
Yeah, I mean, at some
Like a
point, you
20
have to
life.
replace a boiler if it's not working.
Yeah.
Otherwise you just, keep Band-Aiding it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, and this is where your expertise may override mine, but we have to budget the whole 100,000 here. But doesn't that get spread across an amortization table when you buy equipment that's expensive for like a 20-year drawdown?
Yeah, I don't know that this particular fund has that. But
Sure that you.
in theory, you should be able to recoup that with, rent revenues
Over time.
over time, because you've got a, new boiler, new ventilation. but, you know, is it a need right now or is it a want?
Yeah.
You know, that's,
Well, let's just look at this year's, for example. Look at last year's. Look at the overall budget with revenue. It hasn't made any money. It broke even the last 2 years. What I'm seeing, the projection for 25 is it's gonna break even between revenue and expenses, and 24, it broke even between revenue and expenses.
I mean, this is the kind of thing where I would say maybe we give them some kind of money to plan out the repair and then like make it like, I don't know how like funding, like lending would work in this scenario, but you would, you know, want it to stay within the business unit. You'd wanna, I don't know.
You essentially are lending from the mining fund.
Mhm.
You're, a lending for the costs in 2026 and then
Yeah.
hoping that the rent would go back. So in 2024, actually, there was a $20,000 return to the mining fund. That you can't look at the bottom line there because we have the transfer, yeah.
So
line
we were
16.
20 ahead on that year is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, 20 minus the 2,500, so they were only ahead about 17, right? Cause you transferred back from mining.
In 24, where they were 20 ahead. In 25, they we're projecting, a loss of 2,500.
And this year's looking like break even.
No.
2,500.
We might actually end up returning because one of the tenants that I thought might be moving out, I don't believe is.
So you were expecting,
I was expecting a little bit of a loss of revenue. So I do think we're gonna be right around the break even point.
So I'm really not comfortable giving them the $100,000 this year, but I would entertain some kind of a lower, like, capital improvement project plan budget to get quotes and like to really understand how to move forward in 2027.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think that would help us as a committee too, if we had some type of capital improvement project plan from them. It seems like it's, and nothing against joint management, but they come as they need.
Right. Or they think they need.
And lately, it's like a lot of the buildings needed a lot of things. It seems like the last couple of years, different ones.
on to, we could have put together a list of,
They do want
is the boiler do we for sure need it? And, like the roof, we're talking a 2-year, it's a 5 or 10-year.
Right. Then we can wait for a lower interest rate.
Yeah, so maybe
Done.
we should have Brett come back to.
Well, there should be a capital projects plan for 2 or 3 years, especially, I mean, we should have that overall, especially for the joint managed building.
You get that template off of,
I sure did.
Yeah.
I started
Yeah, you
taking
did.
notes as they were talking, because I was like, oh, this sounds expensive, but no, there's no real plan,
Yeah.
but there's a list that they've got going.
Yeah, so to Terry's point, maybe that needs to be developed before we give money to them. I mean, there could always be an emergency. There could always be an
Well,
emergency.
yeah, because I'm gonna, so you put this off, well, come March 1st, the boiler goes out. You're gonna be spending the money anyhow then right away.
Right. Well, that's where the condition report and then getting them to do a capital improvement plan would mitigate some of that risk.
So I think the boiler is more of like, it's in the same condition that ours is here. Some days it's 85 and some days it's 60. I think that's what's going on at the Enterprise Center as well. The little I know of that situation.
Yeah, the paint
So
shop.
we should probably fix this boiler first.
That's what I'm thinking. Probably focus on fixing this boiler first if we're gonna stay in this building.
I don't,
You don't need
I think Ron's right, Brett.
A wardrobe change every 20 minutes when it kicks on and off.
in here at county board nights, what is it? 100 degrees in here, because everything shuts down, because he can't. Crazy. Or Ashley's freezing.
That one,
60.
we were in here was, I think we were in here, it was cold.
It was cold.
Was that Friday morning meeting or something that we did? I don't
Oh,
know.
the interview with Priyanka, yeah.
Yeah, it was cold.
Very cold.
I think it was warmer outside. Good.
So do you want me to go through all of the joint management budgets and then we can come back because each of them or most of them have these capital costs in them?
Let's go through them briefly and everybody make notes, and then I think we're gonna have to revisit these with Brett. Is my thought right now.
Okay, so then, Fritz, again, there were virtually no changes on Fritz except for the maintenance line. So the capital improvement list for Fritz includes new siding, a sprinkler system, and then that ventilation.
Get it?
No, I was close
Well,
though.
they have-
And we're
Look
projected,
at everybody. I saw that fly go.
right now, we're projected to
You know,
Yeah.
profit on that one to put 14.
Visiting the stations.
The, lighting fund this year.
I'll be going for treats.
Yes,
And we gave back about 14 in, or no, nothing in 2024. Were we at a loss in 2024?
But this is all essentially the
No, no.
for the
So
capital.
this is.
so it was a return to mining fund in 24. We have, somehow we have two transfer lines in this one to the mining fund, so, it was, almost 26,000 reached
I see.
in 24 and projected, almost 15,000 in 25, so.
Here's the thing,
Have
just
to
that,
be picked different lines.
What?
We,
I don't know.
We're not sure why it was set up. That's way before me and Sky's time, how it was set up.
Yeah,
should.
we'll pick a lane and stay in it.
Yeah.
We'll
Well, that's-
pick a lane and stay in it.
Alright,
I think we're going with the projected in 25 in that line because that's where we budgeted it, so we'll go with that line and stick with it.
And then the only change on the revenues is strictly how we account for one of the leases. The lease got redone, and so all of the revenue is going into one line instead of splitting it across three. Not that you guys care, but that's why that's why there's some changes down on the revenue side. And I did keep the 0 for area A because we don't have any formal interest in it right now. But I believe at the last joint management meeting, Ron, maybe you remember the city administrator was talking about like DWD going in there for a little bit of time or something like that. Currently, Sam is in there with his bear bait, but the bears season has started, or so they thought that might be coming out. So there might be some opportunity for revenue there, but like I said, I haven't formally been made aware, so I left that at 0.
that area A is like square foot wise,
I have to look up a lease,
or it's not,
a couple thousand square feet.
and it's office or is that's like warehousing
I
type?
think that's off. I'd have to look up a lease.
Okay. One of these days I'm gonna get Brett to give me a tour of the joint management buildings anyways, and I'll probably figure out things out from there.
okay,
They had been.
1 and 2.
Yeah, they went down to 1.
How big is their presence in Rusk County? Is Rockwell just kind of got like a assembly shop or something, or?
They're down, help me out with the name of that. Are they at the end of Dowdy?
Dowdy
And
Gee,
yeah, that's where their plant is. And then they lease the base.
there are a lot of employees there.
They should. Rockwell's a good company.
Yeah, they got a fair amount of people that work there.
They're
This
people-
must be just
They're
people.
the people that our economic development head needs to go and make a relationship with is, hey, Rockwell, how do we empower you to bring your friends to Rusk County? Because they do,
The people that are suppliers and stuff.
their suppliers, the people they supply, expand their footprint, because they do a lot of, at least from what, defense, it's electronics work and things like that, so. They're good.
So then, like I said, with the capital improvement here, then the Fritz building is asking for a pull from the mining fund of $134,000 with those capital costs.
Same thing there, Brett in here to kind of prioritize and what our lifespan is this a want, is this a need, is this a, we need it in 10 years?
They need an improvement plan. They can't just come at us and request a bunch of money for each building. Budget time, it's not gonna do them well. Cause that's, we're only 2 lines in, that's $250,000. And maybe those are the 2 biggest lines, but
Okay, and then 673 is gates. And really nothing has changed here, except the joint management committee did make a motion that rent for the sheriff portion be budgeted as revenue. Otherwise, all of the expenses and other revenues stayed the same. So that's, I wanted to draw your attention to that, that they did motion that rent needs to be budgeted for.
Yeah, what? So,
That's why I'm bringing it to your attention, because I'm not sure how realistic that is.
is that the 60,000?
That's
Mhm.
60,000.
Right, cause I don't think that's in the sheriff's.
It's not.
It's not.
Yeah, so.
That's why I raised that point at joint management. I said, I'm really not sure how realistic that is, but they motioned to have that included. But I'm not sure from a fiscal responsibility standpoint that we should be budgeting for revenues.
That passed with a unanimous vote at their meeting,
I don't think that was unanimous, no.
It's not unanimous.
so then it didn't pass.
I was the lone vote against it.
No, but we,
But we were missing.
Passed with the majority, excuse that.
no,
Yeah, it passed with the majority, but we were down a few members.
Right. I was the only county
It was
supervisor.
a 2-1 vote.
probably we gotta get the other member on there.
Yeah, because Mr. Coggins is no longer.
We should have a,
Because they'll be running rampant. Till we do.
we should have a committee meeting this month.
Come to
I would expect. if somebody-
campfire where all we wanna do is marshmallows and somebody comes in with a can of gas and throws it on them.
yeah, we can't really budget this as a revenue unless there's a balancing expense line on the sheriff budget. So unless you're gonna add that, unless somebody can do
Is there
that.
any updated property regarding the Gates issue?
Yeah, they asked Brett and Phil, Jerry wants them to get some drawings for a new construction building. Like a storage unit style, I think is what Jerry was picturing.
Do they have a location, I think they put that at?
There are several locations they could.
So they got some like
Yep.
property.
Yeah, so one of them is the gravel lot over here where that old church used to be. One of them is the lot next to Prevea. Those are solely under the county's jurisdiction. And then apparently there was one favorable site in the industrial park, but that is jointly owned with the city. So, yeah.
We don't want to do anything kind of joint, but place.
Want that going.
We're gonna repair the relationship before we can move forward with any joint one.
And might not hurt to just split up on it, because that's always our point of contention, right, is joint owned buildings is like our biggest. So if I can't find a way to get along with somebody that owns something, then it's time for somebody to buy somebody out or start splitting up. Get this, we get this. Just my
That's what I've heard that.
small.
So your honest belief is if we move out of Gates, everything will be smooth as glass on a calm morning on a
No,
rain lake.
no, if we move
when it comes to
out
joint
and
management.
and then we're able to split up the properties to where they own some and we own them, we won't. I mean, that's our biggest tension source, right, is jointly owned.
Well, we just split up but the whole thing, this is retarded. Why don't we just split up the properties and then we'll move sheriffs out of Gates and put them into one of the buildings we have?
If we don't get Gates.
Who cares? We'll find whatever we end up with. We put them into one of them that's not being rented and, you know, I mean.
That sounds
I
good.
don't get it. This is constantly being made more than what it is, I think.
I agree. I'm not close enough to understand the relationships involved, but I'm certain it's be fixed. Should we keep moving though?
Yeah, so from a fiscal standpoint, that's why I brought that to your attention. I don't think it's responsible I don't think it's responsible to budget for revenue that we are fairly certain will not be there.
Yeah, we're not. I don't think we should budget for that.
Okay.
I think that needs to be fixed.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Like, as long as I'm around to talk about it.
If I can add, it looks like they just basically increased the transfer to mining to offset that. So basically,
Oh,
in essence, you're taking levy funds and moving it to mining. So I think that you could, oh, thank you, sorry. I think that you could also reduce line 17 as well, correct? By that 60,000?
Yes, that's what I would,
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure that everyone saw that there. It really, there was no impact except for basically transferring levy funds to mining.
Hi, Chris. I didn't know you were there. I'm glad to see you, bud.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was there. It's just a different control. So I mean, I've been here since the start of it, but that was the first time I wanted to add
Chime in.
something to it. But keep up the good work.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, that was my bad, Chris. I saw you on there this morning. I should have said good morning to you.
Oh,
Apologize.
it's no problem at all.
This is like, I've had brunch and coffee and, it's been a good morning.
Okay, and then so that was that first rent line, then the West Cove lanes. That I believe they have officially moved out. I think the city told me they've officially moved out. We still owe back rent, or we're still owed back rent from them. But that now, that's why that's at a 0 as well. I believe that Dunn Paper will be taking over that space, but again, we don't have a lease. And then A&M Fiberglass, I lumped in with them. So the same owner has another business equipped rental that's paying $250 a month. So I have both of those rents going to that same line. And then of course the Dunn Paper, they have 2 different spaces with us within the Gates building. So
I know why you did that, but is that gonna create a problem later if one of the 2 businesses decides to stop using space?
you mean with the fiberglass one?
Yeah. No, okay,
And they are within that line, they are separate,
okay.
like, credits.
What is equipped rental? What do they do? I hadn't even heard of them until now.
Everything from bouncy houses to excavators, you can rent any equipment you got.
Well, I mean, there's other places that rent equipment like that timber line out on stuff, so I wasn't sure. I hadn't heard of these.
No. Money.
Yeah, so otherwise the Gates budget, is looking pretty much the same for 26. Okay, 674 Weyerhaeuser Satellite Building. This is where we have the, mortgage with Active Dogs. So this building is right on Highway 8 there. We have not a lot of expenses because it is the mortgaged building. So this returns really to the mining fund.
Pretty good too. Active Dogs.
Vaguely remember that deal. I think I just got on the board when I went through.
I don't have any questions here to you guys.
Oh, we should do more of that with some of these buildings. Seriously,
ADF,
the companies and let them make us a payment on, take over the expenses on it and.
Lucky, away you go.
Well, and my opinion is that's kind of the thing with these trade management buildings is maybe they were there to help businesses start, but that's the rent for temporarily and then sell them, not like let's keep on them for 1,000 years and stay in the rental business, especially on these older buildings that somebody's gonna have to.
Eventually eat some.
Yeah, and then it seems like I think the rates the last couple of years have been bumped up by the people back previously. It was like, seems like they was hardly paying rent. I mean,
it was significantly below market, yeah.
yeah, it was like they're paying the campground, but they're getting the Taj Mahal. Oh, may not quite the Taj Mahal in any of the joint buildings. But
I guess it looked.
they're getting a house at
Well,
least.
and to your point,
Section 8 housing.
I think your point, I mean, my understanding is this was to get people on their feet and going, yes, but I don't think it was ever intended, and maybe I'm wrong, but those be long-term leases for years and years.
It's like us
Get them going.
to get them going, not to hold on to properties.
Well, I think one of the emails I sent you guys, I said, we should really be encouraging these businesses, a lot of them in our buildings are successful businesses, but we should be encouraging them to jump on the tax rolls. Because right now they're not. They're not contributing to net new construction because
Maybe Dunn Paper wants to buy a building.
No, but it is true, right? Like you wanna have an incubator
Right.
kind of setting,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah.
And you've gotta kick chicks out of the incubator when they get big enough. So. What's that?
They don't.
But then there are leases. that-
But then they're wild chickens.
Leases for 12 years. It's not smart.
What's that?
But then there's a lease for 12 years with no rent income. That is not smart.
I hope I'm still here in 10 years then. We knew that one.
I almost think that should be revisited. The rent should be increased. We're getting way off topic now, but then first year, give them a break, second year, still give them a break. By third year, they're paying a break.
That's what they should have done, but it's signed,
Chip has.
right? That's what they voted on.
Yeah, it's not our,
Hindsight's always
Unfortunately,
20/20.
If that would have came here, I don't think we would
it
have,
wouldn't have passed muster here.
no. I don't think anybody on the finance committee would have entertained that.
But I think we, as the finance committee, were bound to pass it up to the full board, if I remember right.
Well, and on
The only difference was the money that wasn't budgeted for the,
for the repairs, yeah, but the county board and the city council have vested that power in the joint management committee to negotiate leases.
Oh,
So
yeah.
even by the time it got to you guys, there was,
It's too late.
And on the other side of it, in fairness to previous board members, I think there was a lot of EDA grants involved in this. So they probably didn't have the foresight to say what happens when the EDA grants are gone. That could have been some of this.
And whether or not we like that contract, we like the business, right? The business that
Provides
the
jobs.
contract was for, that maybe they warranted some kind of discount. Like I'm not adversarial with that.
yeah, I would have definitely, like you said, though, a couple of years or so. Or in 3 years, we might have given them another discount. I just want to sign the, like,
Like a 12-year.
I feel like I give some of my renters a discount on their rent because
ban.
I like them, they got a family, whatever, but I don't have them sign a 12-year lease on that, because next year I might say, hey, I need them, I can't afford to give you a discount. So,
Is the other, speaking of Weyerhaeuser building, is that other highway building over there, is that any type of a joint thing or that's strictly highway? That
What
west,
highways?
getting way off topic now, but did that get used by highway?
Yes.
I was thinking for,
Oh, yeah.
We store equipment there when we're not using it, so.
if we built a new highway shop, could we move the equipment out of there and the sheriff's department could have it?
Probably not. I doubt that our storage facilities for that equipment. No, the new highway.
Okay, that's a highway thing. I'll have to ask that Monday.
Yeah, there's all sorts of possibilities for that. Might be fun to see more stuff over in the west side of the county.
Agreed.
All right.
I'm a west sider.
So am I.
the sheriff might really like the empty lot across, I mean, that'd be really close proximity.
Right, yeah.
If I were them out of all the crazy you mentioned,
Yeah.
the most convenient.
Yeah.
I know before it was talked about something in Bruce and they weren't comfortable having the storage. Had to drive that far to it.
It depends on what you're storing and stuff, right? There should be, if you're gonna lessen storage expenses by putting it farther away, you have to have like non-critical items, kind of like inventory control, right? Like, same thing. You want your high touch items right where they need to be, and your low touch items out in the back 40.
Okay, so 676. Now, this one is a little trickier to budget for. So the tenant in this building just purchased land from the county, and when they gave their presentation, their goal is to construct something on that land that they purchased. So I did budget for a full 12 months of rent. It's assuming that it will take them a while to get that building constructed. And then, of course, there's also the question of if the board does choose to move forward with a jail, at what point would we have to assist this tenant in finding a temporary space for their business if that building is going to be raised? So this one was a little bit tricky.
Check's been cashed now for the lot, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna be honest, I think that they're gonna be there the full year. How long have they been in that building?
Oh.
Like 20, 30 years, 100 years?
No,
No.
or 2011.
1920s.
I'm just throwing it out there. They're historic county business.
The grocery store when I was in high school, oh shoot, there was,
I did
Actually, I remember
2007.
that.
I don't know that it,
98.
this, that it was this business.
Well, the point, if they've been there long enough, by the time they get a new building constructed, they haven't been able to move 20 years or 18 years worth of stuff out of there. I think that you're safe. You're
Yeah.
safe with that
The
assumption.
way they talked, I think we're safe to budget for a full year.
Well, but to the other point, so let's say, I don't know what the timeline on is on getting stuff back for the jail, but when would construction start on that? Cause that'd be one of the earlier things is deconstruction too.
So from what I have heard from the architect and the construction manager is that ground would be broken next spring. So
So
I think the county, and I don't want to speak for the board, but I think the county would have an obligation to find temporary space for Lambeau business
If we were to.
if we were to do that, yeah.
We haven't even bonded yet.
Correct. So, and that's the thing, with so many unknowns,
Yeah, let's see.
No, but I'm just saying,
Yeah, we need to get back on track.
if the earliest of the jail going through is next spring, then that is.
That's a potential.
And then I want guaranteed rent all year next year because let's say they break ground in May, even 6 months, you know, when they break ground, that's gonna be one of the first things they're gonna do is deconstruct that building would be my guess.
yeah, the first thing would be to raise the building so they can start with the foundation.
Yeah, so.
But that,
Well,
there's still
Again.
what if-
Stuff
And with
hasn't-
all due respect, it's $8,400. If we have to make a budget amendment on that, it's nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't think a budget amendment would be necessary because if the building's gone, you're not paying utilities or maintenance. So it might end up evening out. Okay, Rail Industrial Park, if you guys will recall, this is the Tony Rail Yard. Xcel Energy is our tenant. We have not yet renegotiated the lease. They are actually interested in purchasing that land, which will probably be brought back to the property committee in October. Sorry, not all the land. There's like 162 acres out there. They're interested in the 11 acres that they are currently on.
60 some acres out there.
Yeah. And then it gets kind of low. Fitzel pulled up a map for me. It gets pretty low in the back.
Some of it's wetland to the south.
In-
It's farther from 8.
Yeah,
They're up right next to 8 by the rail.
yes. And as you get towards, that is south, right?
So some of that, yeah, it'd be
That
south,
gets,
farther away from the highway, it'd be south. So some of that's being probably rented out for maybe farmland or whatever too, or don't know.
I think we have an ag lease on that, no. Not at this time. The only revenue we get on that land right now is from Xcel Energy.
Is that something maybe probably?
They wanna buy the good
Too, is any of that can be rented for, or
So
does the rental agreement give Excel the entire plot?
Nope, it's just the 11 acres. And remember, we had some outstanding EDA stuff that had never been cleaned up. Well, that has been cleaned up now. So that could be why that land was never leased to ag. So a lot of, that's coming to property next month. That's a lot of stuff.
Probably should talk on that.
Yeah. Because there is an outstanding letter of interest.
'Cause I think there's enough crop guys over that way that if it could be used, I would think someone would be interested in it.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well,
There's
yeah.
actually a second person interested in that land as well.
so
So
11 acres.
The 162.
What is it?
I don't have anything in writing. I'm not gonna speak on it, but we need to get moving on that with property.
Be a business though? Or would it be the same thing as XL where they're just using up land but not really?
I don't have anything in writing, because I really don't want to say, but that person calls and checks in every few months.
Gotcha.
But now that the EDA part is cleared up, property can actually move forward with it now.
But why you want to sell
We
this?
have that in writing.
I do have it in writing.
Yep. Except the email they sent says the Village of Tony and Russ County at the top, and then at the bottom it says Village of Troy.
Yeah, there was like a.
Just ask them if they could like
Clean up their stuff.
write it. Rich figured it's still.
Valid.
It's still valid, but I did ask them.
But none of that land is in the Village of Tony, is it? I
They're
wouldn't think
listed
to
in
go
that
out there.
EDA
Oh, maybe it is.
thing though.
I don't know why you'd want to sell it to anybody.
No, there's a railroad spur there. We'd want to sell it to a business. If there's a business that wants to like
Run the-
jobs and do something there. But just to sell it, XL buys thousands and thousands of acres and all over the place. And if somebody's just gonna,
That,
do some hunting there. And we got a whole railroad spur that could eventually be, it's one of those things where
Well, that's what I'm saying is like, why would you sell it at all?
I know, right.
Like, why would you even sell to Excel when you can just collect rent and then also keep the property?
and yes, there's a business that would add economic value.
Selling land is always,
Well, like I said, if it was business,
Yeah.
but added economic value.
let's say that there was a 120 acre business park out there where they wanted to do like a data center or something like that. They had all the resources were in lined up and they were gonna solve all the company's problems or the county's problems then.
do you know how much like water
Mhm.
and electricity data centers?
It's insane.
really small,
Insane.
And Tony's sewer system.
Well, they'd have to pay to upgrade it.
right? Yeah. So anyway, that's exciting news though, because we can actually start looking into what the board wants to do with that. Or you can, like you said, keep collecting rent. It's gonna be brought to you guys at some point here in the near future. Otherwise, nothing has changed on this one. So
680?
so this is the Forest Industrial Park, and again, this is another one where I wanted to just draw your attention. So 680 and 681. We had two buildings in the Forest Industry Park. We have Forest 1, which is 501 Dowdy, and then the 681 budget is Forest 2, which was 1402 Jez Road. What we are proposing is now that those buildings are connected with that infill, we only need one budget. If we keep it in two budgets, that's way too confusing. So Guy and I had a chat on this, and we are proposing to move everything over to the 680. And now refer to that as the forest industry budget or the INDEC budget. So that's why 681 has been completely zeroed out.
Okay.
Okay, so that's part one of that. Part two. Terry brought up that lease. That lease was told to us that it was a triple net, and looking into it further, it is not a triple net. So you'll see that I am budgeting for repairs and I am budgeting for insurance. So my note in there, the lease caps the repair for any maintenance by the lessee at $1,000. And it does not include structural improvements. So we as the county are on the hook for anything over $1,000 or any structural or mechanical improvements. That's why I have
So they changed.
12,000, I'm sorry, 12 for the 12 years. This is in the lease. It is not a triple net lease.
Anya, if any of your people in finance wants a pizza, there's probably money if you.
So that's why I upped it to $10,000. I don't think 2,500 is sufficient when we've got a big company in this 60,000 square foot area. And the way the lease is written, honestly, it seems like we'll be on the hook for most of their repairs.
When is the lease up?
12 years from,
3 years, but then there's 3 renewal.
right,
So
Every 3 years.
but it renews at the same terms.
If we choose. right? Or no,
If
wait,
they
wait, I remember reading.
No.
No, the lease is not in our favor at all.
Yeah, the lease. This is not in favor.
So,
How many more of these do we have to do to get through this section?
There's only a couple left. So again, I upped the repairs to 10,000 because we are gonna have a tenant in there and that building has been vacant for almost 2 years. So that's why I upped that. And then the insurance I upped as well because we are on the hook for fire insurance too. And then other than that, nothing changed in there. Some of the amounts increased just because we put the two buildings together and now we have that infill. Utilities are the tenant's responsibility. So that's why that got pushed down to 0.
And a lease like this, when it happens, doesn't need to come before the full board. Like management can have the say so on it.
Yes, that authority has been vested in joint management.
I would say it would be in order going forward that resolution come before the board that these leases going forward, anything over such an amount of time needs to have full board approval.
So right now, the joint management committee is redoing the agreement, which will be coming to you guys at some point.
In that agreement, we both got to agree on, right?
Yeah, correct.
But the board can't pass a resolution saying that this has to have final board approval before it goes through.
No, because the agreement supersedes.
So we have.
Yeah, this agreement.
Defaulting to the old agreement if they get a new agreement. But otherwise, if we, let's say we want to do that and the city says no, and we never come up with an agreement we both agree on, then we're defaulting to the old agreement. that
There's no
Revoked.
agreement.
Can't we just bring it to the county board to revoke the lease power from joint management and just say any lease whatsoever goes to the county board?
Well, we're already joint owners in the building and already have a agreement is the problem, right?
So like the city council would have to pass the sister resolution.
Okay. We're already tied to.
Somebody, previous boards already made an agreement and
We can't get out of
it's
it.
like if you bought a building together and with a business and you said, okay, here's our agreement. And yes,
Or like you guys.
and it doesn't say,
Two people were gonna run an animal shelter together and then got a divorce and one of
You
them.
don't wanna go there.
how did that, but that one must have had a clause in there.
That had an out clause.
Yeah, so this one doesn't. So
I
Okay,
would,
so-
at the board level, I don't want to get too any more into it, but at the board level, I would like to revisit this somewhere along the way.
So then 682 is the ADF building and it's called ADF because only ADF is in there. This is another one where they would like to budget for another HVAC unit. So this building has historically returned to the mining fund. I believe this is one of only 2 buildings that don't have debt owed to the mining fund. But for 2026, the Joint Management Committee is requesting a pull from the mining fund.
they put 25, no.
I see that there's a balance there from transfer to mining versus the cost transfer from mining. So you're gonna be.
So they put, they're gonna put 50.
So they are Joint Management is requesting that you the mining fund loan the ADF budget $35,000 for 2026. So so ADF would then go in the hole to the mining fund when historically it hadn't been.
They've been putting 50,000 in the mining fund every year for a while.
Yeah, they historically have retained,
So that's like one of the buildings that's actually paying for something.
or they pulled because of capital projects.
If that's something that's needed, I would feel a little more comfortable.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fixing up a building that seems like it's gonna, 1 year we'll have to pay, but we've been
Yeah, remember.
getting a benefit out of that for the last while.
How many tenants are in ADF?
This one, that ADF is the company.
Oh, that's okay.
The other ones do.
And I mean,
Yeah, like
they got a few people that work, I don't know how many people, but I mean, they're great jobs and
They're
giving up.
transferring to the mining fund. Is all I need to see is that.
Yeah.
They're transferring to the mining fund.
So if we go back a few
Not
years, they've probably paid for that.
But I think it is important to note, though, all of these buildings are aging. All of these buildings are gonna need year after year after year, this kind of amount of work. And our rent revenues just are not there.
Right.
So like, there's 3, I think, rooftop HVAC units. We replaced 1 last year, so the mining fund paid for that. They're budgeting to replace 1 next year. When is that 3rd one? What's the boiler situation there? What's the roof situation? This, that, you know what I mean? Like, these huge capital expenses are coming down the pike, and our rent revenues are barely covering our general operating.
You know, if
That's
they've
what I'm
ever,
saying, like in the ones that are actually paying for this, a building we might want to keep on to in the future, especially since I don't think ADF is interested in buying a building anyways.
Why do you
So
think that is? They have an option to purchase in their lease, I think.
Yeah, but
I know
well,
that
if you take on the expenses.
Exactly, but that's my point. That's my point. They're getting a deal.
So I think,
they're just,
There's no incentive to go on the tax
they're
roll.
just not interested in that.
yeah, I mean, it's probably off topic, but again, if we had a capital improvement plan, we could then, find out how much that we have to allocate for improvements and raise those rents. I mean, we would have to do that, something like that.
Well, and due to the increasing, I mean, Brett can speak more on this, but we are getting an increasing number of like tenant complaints.
Yeah,
So I think the tenants would be more than willing to pay more rent if some of this stuff could get fixed up.
exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah, but we have to make it visible, right? We
Right.
have to tell the story.
Yep.
And without a capital improvement plan, we can't do that.
Yep.
so in this particular building, so there's debt service to this one. What you're saying?
No, this one doesn't have any operating debt. This one does not.
I don't see any transfer to mining for 24.
Oh, there was a transfer from.
From mining. In 24, the mining fund had to cover this budget because of an HVAC replacement and paving.
So when the whole 35,024, correct? Am I right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So you said,
So it hasn't made us money in a sense. It's washing
Over
out with
over
like,
the course of its history, it had though.
well, we'd have to go back farther and see how many other expenses we put into it in 2021, 22, 23, for example, right?
Right, and I'm trying to find, Jamie had a spreadsheet, I'm trying to find it.
you said if we invest in these buildings, we can get more rent in the future. So how much more rent will we get from the industrial park building in the next 10 years? How much can we increase it? Sorry.
Oh, you funny.
Sorry, I had to.
Okay.
And mining, yeah, and there's a couple.
You're trying to upset Bob today. You know he's watching. I thought that was my job to upset Bob.
I just
I
think,
like Bob.
I just didn't like that lease. I think
No, I
the
don't.
building was needed, the company's a good company.
So 80
I
up
just, that lease should have went down.
100,000 since it's existing?
Yeah,
Is that
that's
my
a weird
reading
one.
right?
that,
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so I found what I was looking for. So ADF over the course of its existence has returned about $913,000 to the mining fund. But Enterprise Center owes the mining fund $737,000. Fritz owes the mining fund $306,000. Gates owes the mining fund $872,000. And the Forest Industrial Park owes the mining fund about $20,000. That's strictly operating debt. If you want to talk about debt service, we have debt service on the Forest Industrial Park and we have debt service on Gate.
Yeah, so we don't have a good idea of our true cost to own, right?
Well, the total,
The cost to own is negative.
yeah, the total loss, the total operating loss across all 6 of those buildings is $1 million. And I think a lot of that Gates amount, I think, was it, Marty Reynolds, who said?
fund your economic.
Amount is by bar.
Be good
Bar,
money.
Yeah.
That's another one we gotta go over with Brett.
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
Okay, then that brings us to the mining fund.
I would favor that.
Oh, was that 685?
is the mining. fund,
Yeah, is the mining fund. So this one is gonna be hard to go over with you guys though, because we're not sure what
Because we're already.
You're gonna make.
Right, yep.
There you go, frazzled.
Wait a second, what's our bulk changes though? Like, is our bulk changes like taking away capital projects? So,
Yeah, that would be the biggest change, yep.
There is one thing I wanted to bring up in this budget, the $5,000 of revenue coming from the airport. So I had to do a lot of digging on this to figure out what that $5,000 was even for, because we've been budgeting for it for years, but the transfers actually haven't been made since 2021. So in what I figured out is that my assumption is that the mining fund paid to build an airport hangar, a multi-lease airport hangar. In 2006, it was about $140,000. And I believe the airport was meant to pay that back with the lease revenue from that hangar. And we have been doing transfers since 2008 up until 2021, except in 2017, it was missed. So airport has paid back $66,450, which would be about $74,000 of remaining balance owed. I cannot find any documentation to validate my assumptions, so I'm just assuming here. But it essentially, we're moving levy into the mining fund. So when we haven't done that transfer since 2021, I'm not sure why.
but there's an outstanding question there, whether or not there's a hangar out there that should be being leased. We should be getting money from it.
We are leasing it and we're getting money. It's going into the airport budget.
Okay,
But what I'm assuming is that the intent was to transfer that to the mining fund, because I'm assuming that the mining fund paid to build that hangar.
we
But
haven't recouped the cost yet.
yes, but that's all an assumption because I can't find any documentation.
Was that built with mining funds or was there any BOA money involved in that hangar too? Because I know sometimes
You
they,
can try to look.
Yeah, that seems like an.
Yes.
You need to look.
The only, yeah, option we have would be to, search for resolutions or minutes. Because I have exhausted all the information that I can find.
it's just so we don't get in trouble with the BOA or something if we, that'd be the only.
Well, why would it have showed 100, what'd you say, 140?
It's about 140,000. That's what we capitalized. So that's where I got that. That
I
was,
think
It would have been an EOA grant if we'd have capitalized 140,000.
I think the 5,000 should go for parties for pilots.
I think we need to raise the rent out at the airport.
I think they did.
Did, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Property.
Well, they gotta.
Don't
come up
worry,
with
they don't forget.
The lease has been in for years.
You said that Justin, there's some really awesome things going on in the aviation world right now, and all that airport land is gonna go up in value. So I think starting to looking at raising rents in the future is a good idea,
And we,
especially for the smaller airports.
and we got somebody building a hangar too.
Are they starting again?
Well, I think they're just,
Was that the one that got hit by a tornado?
Or, yeah, I
flew over?
think, yeah, I thought Brett said that had blown over in that storm.
That old one up to the north that looked like it was right off the top.
It's getting very.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't watch that anymore. I can't watch that. I'm gonna get behind.
Coming?
Put
You
it-
coming?
So we really don't know on this, is what you're kind of
I
saying?
really don't know if Connie is able to, find some,
I'll have to go down in the basement and dig.
that's what I was afraid of, like, that
Right?
would be a lot of work.
What we do.
Do you have the year when it was built?
2006 is when we capitalized it. The, I want to say
Somewhere.
October of 2005 might have been when construction actually started, because I think it was carried over into 2006. And I think that's the first expenses I could find in a spreadsheet because let's go back there.
Something in the terminal about when it built, maybe. I'll check it out. Because there's like some kind of hangers or something.
2005 then, huh?
Yeah, look at 2005.
Just go
And-
1990 to 2010, just search through
The
everything.
first expenses were in October, so, so I would think any minutes and shortly before that.
Okay.
So then does this need to be fixed to allow for the extra 60 up here?
I
For the
have,
60,000 of gates,
so when we change that in that budget, it automatically,
did it?
yeah. On line 30.
If you don't know, I really like a good cheese stick.
They're good.
Yeah. What business in town is this?
Dracula's Pizza.
Trappos?
But showing gates hit at 69.
Right, if you look at the proposed by finance, it's 1,000 to 60.
Oh, mine hasn't updated.
Right, yeah, yours is on here.
Oh, there. Gotcha.
I don't have any notes on this one. I think we should leave it as is.
You think this one here would be
Simple.
simple?
The transfer from Gates, I'm a little, I guess maybe, oh no, this is the roll up. So yeah, of course.
So any changes pages will automatically reflect in this budget.
Could be. So you're saying that our decisions today led to a $50,000 decrease in revenues? Or what line, or is
Yeah,
that the 60?
that was the 60,000 of revenue that we took out. The Gates building.
So in other words, bottom line here is, if we go through with all of the improvements that were asked, the way they're left right now, we would be $323 and change out of the mining fund versus,
84.
I did that math wrong.
You don't have the,
I have the updated.
so it's right here, 84,
So we'd be taking 384 out of mining fund. Okay.
Yep.
Versus. Can't do all those in one year. We're gonna cut that. What is the total mining fund right now?
1.243, so this is as of the
Yeah.
end of 24.
It's only
That is the actual. Here you would see projected for 2025, so we're projecting to still put 80,000 back into the mining fund for 25. That's just a projection.
All right, anybody got any questions on this? I keep going, or we want to take a little recess here for lunch?
Just gonna get,
I'm asking the committee. I don't care.
I'm gonna get a soda no matter what. I can, eating 10-minute break. What?
Everybody okay with 15 minutes? Organized and Terry, you okay with that?
Whatever.
Well, yea or nay? Maybe you don't want to, we'll just leave her go.
If we gotta record the time, that's fine. We can take a break.
Jeremy,
have no preference. We can keep charging if you want.
it's the majority here, just the chair.
You guys want to get up and walk around for 15 minutes?
Let's reconvene at 1.
You're saying we're on break now?
You're on Recess,
Should have announced it as the chair.
recess until 1.
Yeah, we probably should.
It was good to get up. Last
The registered, but I need a registered agent service.
It's 1 o'clock.
So.
No, there's only one more left.
All right, it's 1 o'clock. We're back in session. What's next, guy? Oh, I caught you at a good time, didn't I? Sorry.
That was good.
If we're done with economic development, then we're going to finance.
And this is the one we really need to scrutinize.
Yeah.
She's not wrong. All right, so I'm going to take the lead on this one. I was the one who filled it out. So page 116 is our finance office's budget, where our wages and benefits and our operating expenses are. What I want to point out first is that with some direction, we did budget for the finance director at, it is in here at step 21. I'm not privy to the information, where we're at with offering. So if you guys would like to change that based on what you're thinking there, that would be, we can do that, but our thought was, yeah,
That's our top one, isn't it? 21?
yes, that's the top step, yes, but
I think it was because just don't know, but
that's kind of why we went with that step, is because we really have no idea what else.
What that salary is gonna look like.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
it's high, but
in line for a finance director. At the top end, but in line, so. But they haven't got done negotiating, that's the worst it could be.
yes, yeah.
Is this also, okay, there, you'll get it, like, defaulted services.
Yeah,
I think we
that's,
need to bring it back down to that.
so
We're doing 95.
this budget, also covers, 25% of my wages as the highway accountant, as, having that ability to help out with, finance related issues, versus highway.
Yep.
So this last year, until I started helping with budgets, I have to say that I was closer to only doing 5 to 10% finance. Anything until, we jumped into budgets. But, so
Your line is 115 or 120?
Anybody in the clerk's office want it?
116 is.
Can I go get it out?
Yeah.
That would explain it, I guess, because that would be the part-time allocated to finance
Yes,
number versus. There's these account too, or I guess that doesn't really matter. We have a full-time account too.
yes, she transitioned from 1 to 2. We have to change her geo.
Oh,
Your steps go up or down, so like is 3 junior or is 3 senior?
Senior.
So walk me through the first 6 months of the finance director again, because what do you say is in there for a total right now?
6 months of the finance director.
The 26, 633 and F9.
Well, that would be the actual, what Janie's actual hours were before she left.
Thought she left in like February.
Yes, February 14th.
14th.
Did we accrue that much on that?
Well,
2 months.
That's her payouts too, right?
Yes, that was her. pay.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay, okay.
That was a substantial payout,
For
yes.
vacation time.
All right. So I'm like, budget wise, or, you know, salary wise, that's what's thrown there. All right, now it makes sense.
So for 2025 in the finance director, the projected amount, I did project that maybe we would get a finance director, so I do have some hours at step 21 for a finance director in 25. It's probably not gonna be as many hours as I have in here. It's there.
Okay,
And then the consultant services are, line 216. I know we're gonna hit that,
well, and that what you got projected for 26, that's. I don't see that being right, but I really don't know what it is until you know, so
Yeah, let's talk about
right now, we might as well just leave it.
We're saying, because we have to have some kind of transition, right? When we hire in the full-on director, we know that consultant services will not be zero in 2026, right?
Right. That could add to it. So that's not a,
but
I don't want somebody thinking that that's,
we don't have anything like that approved, like, our consultant services is capped at the 110. We're gonna hit the 110. Yeah, we're
I
gonna,
gotta negotiate with Chris. I might be able to get him to give us some comp time or something going forward, once we hit the 110, you know, you never know. He might, it's getting closer to Christmas.
Oh.
He's gonna smile.
Oh, no.
I'm smiling.
I am here for you guys, so whatever you need, I'll just have to run it past my boss, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
Thank you for the positive feedback.
Sure.
So we do need to allocate $250,000 to the consulting services time for
No, let's not do
2026.
that. No, let's not do that. No, I mean, in all honesty, if the new person is onboarded, I mean, I can be here to assist through 25. I'm not sure how much will honestly be needed for 2026, but from my standpoint, we can see how far we get over the next couple of months and then have a conversation from there. But yeah, so I mean, there's flexibility there.
Okay. Yeah, so I just don't want somebody thinking because we have that in that line right now, that's what we're gonna pay the person.
Correct.
So we really don't know. Yeah.
I think,
I don't feel that's accurate from what I know.
Well, I think you always go on the high side and then like even insurance, you always pick the highest plan just because you never know.
well, that's where I'm at here, is like, I'm pretty sure we're not gonna be hitting that grade 21 or level 21 on the 110. But I also think that it would be a mistake to put a 0 in the finance consultant services. Because, let's say February rolls around, that person needs to make a phone call, like, depending on anything else, that could be $1,000 phone call, right?
So-
I don't know. Go ahead.
here's the thing about that, based on, what I've been told of the candidate, they're gonna be coming in with a lot of experience. It's just gonna be the specifics to our county. So I don't believe, and they also have a network of other finance directors that they can reach out to.
Oh.
And the GFOA, there are things out there that,
Okay,
can be utilized.
so we
other
don't
than
actually,
Consultant services, but
yeah, so the candidate is a real, okay, is a very qualified candidate.
yes.
We're getting into closed session territory here.
Understood.
Are skirting on the outskirts, so yeah. Yeah, let's just have to revisit that.
If you, that was just the direction I was given, so that's why I put it in there. If you,
Leave it
if
there
you
and-
know, or want to bring it down some, we can. I mean,
Well, leave it there, cause we might come back in another month, say, hey, for whatever reason, we did or didn't get a candidate. Now we need to move some stuff, you know. We would know before this budget goes to county board, I would think. So
I
at
mean-
that point, then we could say, okay, we need to add contracted services down this or whatever. I think at that
And then we
point,
could do a
I think
budget
if you leave it
transfer.
where it's at least,
It assumes,
yeah,
it assumes the right path.
yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Next.
yeah, other than that, there's some small increases, you know, our software support, audit expenses, you know, just for inflation,
Software support for the Microsoft subscription.
no. It is not. As you can see, our office supplies budget would not, and you're talking three of them at $276, you know, that's gonna wipe out our office supplies budget.
No post-it notes for you girls up there. The notes are out.
And then the little bit of
Your problem.
one thing I did add to the budget for 26 is for advertising costs. Because in 24, we did have some advertising, and I did look back as to what that is. That's for putting the budget hearing notice in the paper. And so like,
Approved.
yeah, that's an annual thing. So I'm like, I'm not sure. I think it was just overlooked as to budgeting for that. But so we
Includes your-
put that in $400.
Yeah, that's fair. That should be in there.
And then, you know, our small amount of, miscellaneous revenue, we have a few things that go in there that we know about, so, that's what I budgeted for. And then the restitution, is consistently the same amount every month, so. Be what it is.
You mean 392? Oh, yeah.
What's the finance other local gov revenue? It's 0. 2026, but we've had some in 2025 and 2024. And it looks like it's went down. I'm just wondering what falls under that.
I have to look that up. Give me a second. Oh, yeah, that's our our payments from RCTC. Because we have the accounting services that are provided to RCTC hit the finance budget, even though that was shared with, previously shared with an HHS position. That portion of it always hit the finance budget, and so then the revenue coming in. So that it's small because you should be transitioning away from those services.
And I know that's being looked at, but originally, in 21, I think, or 22, it started with a finance director. But in turn, in 21 or 22, they started paying for the finance and board members to attend all of the RCTC.
Yeah, we got to
Trying-
take that on the
It's
24th.
trying to reimburse.
We had them in
For
here recently.
What's that?
I was just thinking RCTC has come up a few times recently.
They'll be back on the 24th to discuss this issue right here.
That is. Any other questions?
What's the miscellaneous revenue? I know that's kind of petty, but
So there's a fee that we can charge for child support, like the deductions that we take. And it's $3 per person. That's what is known, that's a expected revenue in there. Otherwise, sometimes like if we have to make a small adjustment of pennies or a couple dollars, you know, we'll run it through that, here and there.
So it'd be safe to be a little more accurate and just put $400 on that for going forward, and you're estimating over 400 for this year.
I went with the 250 because that's what I know the child support, it's roughly what the child support revenue is coming in. The rest of it are unknowns, things that just come up, nothing on a regular basis. Any other questions? Next page is is insurance. So workers' comp, property, vehicles, liability, all of that is paid out of this budget, and then we do allocate some of it out. So like you'll see like the workers' comp, the 6 month is more than the 2020 or the 12-month because we will do an entry to charge that workers' comp out to all the departments. That's we do budget for it in all of the departments. And so that's that. Yeah.
Like some of this insurance and I'm assuming this work comp insurance.
Yes, this is work comp insurance.
Okay. So
Premiums.
is that premium been set? We know it's not going to increase. These are set numbers or 100% sure?
No, it's not set. We're in the process of doing a renewal.
Okay.
Renewal now.
We should really look at you checking with more than just the insurance company we automatically renew with every year. You know,
Well, so that was brought up in another meeting and we work with the same company of doing a lot of our insurance, you know, like all of this is through Wisconsin County Mutual. So I think Ashley was telling you that would be quite substantial to do.
cumbersome, but I think at some point we should make sure that we're getting best value for our dollars.
Yeah, and it may be too late this cycle because of how complex it is, but there should be some kind of, you know, that's where as the board, like, can we direct people to put together an insurance proposal?
Maybe like,
We can do it right here. Because it falls under our budget, but I would suggest that'd be something that got started in April or May, so it didn't put a lot of burden on the staff to have to try to do it in
Do it now.
times and that they can walk into instead of trying to run around.
And is that the kind of thing that if we had a
Yeah.
finance director? Go ahead.
Somebody to help and assist with
Right.
that. I mean,
Right, but we don't want to wait to start it October 1st.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's too late, I think, this
it's
cycle.
reasonable at this point in time to
Mm-hmm.
really get something going.
Okay.
Because
Unless they come back extremely, then we'd have no choice, but
October 15th is fine too, if you don't want October 1st.
It's pretty good.
Preferably,
Oh, let's get a finance.
This is the kind of thing that if we had a finance director looking into, right? Like if we had a finance director, this kind of thing would be more visible.
Well, yeah, I think we mentioned it to our former finance director and she wasn't a huge fan of
In the boat.
bidding it out either, but we could direct, you know, it's gonna be some work. And if we give you plenty of heads up, rather than every time when it's budget cycle, there's a million other things going on, that's when we start noticing costs, so.
And when our renewals,
I mean,
Yeah.
it's something that counties have agents to, I mean, that's what I guess, used to in the private sector. We had an agent that helped walk us through all of those
I think the
things.
main thing is providing the information of
Yeah.
what we need coverage for. But I think once we had that put together, then it would be a lot easier to keep that up to date on a year to year.
It's the same thing
Well,
with
you know,
capital.
it's always a project to pull all that stuff together. I mean,
Yeah.
it
Mhm.
just is, but if you're pulling it all together and you're having to go out and make all these contacts, that's.
But like you're saying, if you could give it to one individual to do that for
Well,
you,
that's what I'm,
kind of like we've done with.
You got started in like April, you started the dialogue towards, like renewals coming up, like, it just takes, financial projects take a little bit of time to put them together. I get that.
We could see if that's a service down the road that our current broker handles.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Cause it is, I think, from a leadership perspective, good to say that, yeah, well, we like to maintain the same insurance provider every 2 or 4 years. We do a safety check to make sure that our premiums haven't, not aligned with where they should be.
Yeah.
That's pretty common, I would think.
I don't disagree with that. I just don't think we're.
I don't think you're gonna do it
Right
before
now.
October 15th.
I'll give it.
Who pays the insurance on the jointly owned buildings? Is that included on this line here for buildings, or is this just county owned buildings? Who pays the insurance on the jointly?
We
owned-
do, because that was asked before by, Mr. Christensen.
yes, we do, like, we were just discussing the lease for the forest industrial, and we insure those,
So we pay
Buildings.
the insurance on all the jointly owned.
yes, and it's charged to those budgets though. So it's in the calculation of the profit loss of each of those buildings.
Right, but it's still coming out of our pocket.
Yeah.
Okay, I see, public liability went up. Was that ability insurance again? Well, that's what it says insurance.
Right.
Oh, we don't know for a fact what, we're just kind of guesstimating on that one too, huh?
Yes. They're all guesstimates.
Boiler. Is there anything for boiler and, well, it's just insurance again. Jesus. Getting ahead of myself.
With our insurance.
Bonds.
A lot of our elected officials are bonded. I think that's what that is, right?
Probably, yeah.
Insurance employee bonds? Yeah, all of us, I think have to be. If someone goes off the reservation, we got it covered and cost liability to the county.
So what's the bond do for the elected officials? That covers liability? If they like, okay, the liability.
Ones have to have it too.
Okay, well, that's pretty well. Next.
Jim, are you gonna take out line 25 on that one?
Well, Gary, you have